What is your emergency?
Mom, my mom killed herself.
Okay.
Found her dead in the bathtub.
Okay, what is the address of the emergency?
10327 Southwest 22nd Place, Davie.
Okay. Breathing?
No, she's not. I
not
tried.
Breathing?
She's not.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Where did she cut it?
She's cut all over herself, like on her neck.
She cut her neck?
I don't know. You know what? I don't know. This is a murder, I think. Because her hands are tied.
Her hands are tied? When did you find her?
Oh my God, I'm so scared right now.
Okay.
And everything, there's a lot. Oh my God. Oh my God. I hope her house is in rummage through.
What did you find?
I found a broken door.
And you found a broken door where?
On the guest room.
Justin?
What the fuck? Where is my knife? This is dirty. This is dirty.
Okay, were you saying something about a knife, Justin?
Yeah, I just found a knife near my front door. I'm just walking all around my house right now.
Just don't touch anything.
Cold eyes upon me, they stare. People all around me, and they're all in fear. They don't seem to want me, but they won't admit I must be some kind of creature if they're having fears, having hard times in this crazy town, having hard times. There's no love to be found.
This morning, a murder mystery in a quiet, gated community. Jill Halliburton Sue found dead in her bathtub.
Jill Sue is related to the Halliburton oil empire. Her great-uncle founded the company.
Police say her husband, Dr. Nanyao Sue, was at work Monday morning and told them when he couldn't see his home surveillance cameras on his computer, he called his oldest son to check on the house.
An autopsy now confirms the woman was murdered, but how and why is still unclear.
And by all accounts, all seemed normal before this incident. In fact, the victim had just gotten back from a vacation to Malaysia.
And this morning, police say they still don't have a suspect or even a person of interest, and they certainly haven't revealed any possible motive for this murder.
At this time, this is a very active investigation. We did find a door that was broken,
suggesting the house could have been broken into, a room reportedly ransacked. Police are now canvassing that gated neighborhood, even diving into nearby canals.
At 6, police make an arrest in the death of a woman whose body was found last week inside a gated community in Davie.
And the suspect, just 20 years old. Police say he may have gotten spooked while trying to rob her.
His name is Dayonte Resiles. He's being booked into the Broward County Jail as we speak. Investigators say it appears Resiles was burglarizing the home and didn't think anyone was inside.
Detectives say he has a history of breaking into high-end homes.
Why he chose Sue's residence is still unclear. Cops don't know of any connection between him and the family. They're also trying to figure out how he got into the gated neighborhood and got away undetected. Detectives won't say what led them to Resiles, but sources tell Local 10 it was forensic evidence discovered at the murder scene.
His DNA was present, and it was unexplainable. The police had no idea. The Davie Police Department had no idea who Dayonte Resiles was. They had no reason to suspect him. In fact, they didn't suspect him until his DNA popped up at the scene.
I didn't think it was real, Sam. I thought I was sleeping. When I was in the investigation room, I'm biting inside my mouth because I'm feeling like this is not real. Then they told me what happened, and then they told me what I'm being charged with. So my whole life just fell at my feet.
You're going to be here a little bit longer. We're going to complete some paperwork, and you're going to be charged with first-degree murder. First-degree murder, okay?
What I'm being charged with first-degree murder for?
Man, can't talk here, so.
What? What the fuck is this?
When I realized it was real, Sam, was when they stripped me of all my clothes. They took all my clothes, and then they took pictures and all that other stuff. And then I was just like, I thought it was over with. I was like, man, my whole life going down the drain now.
it's been 2 weeks and, you know, we don't get all of the information and all of the discovery as of yet. They just give us a body and they just give us sort of like, okay, this is why he was arrested and this is what he was arrested for. So there's not a lot of information that's coming in right now, but only thing that we know is that they're saying DNA puts our guy there.
Mr. Resiles becomes the suspect because his DNA is found on 2 items. One is a knife that's found on the front porch, and ironically, I believe the knife was matched to a knife collection that the son had in his bedroom. And the other is a green belt that's found just inside the front door on a rug there. Mr. Resiles' DNA profile was in the system from an earlier case that he had had. And of course, when they linked it up to him, they went and arrested him.
It's not a lot of DNA that you would expect in a murder case to be there, especially one that is so bloody and gruesome and seems like someone that was, you know, still able to fight back and things like that. It's very minimal DNA, but that's the strongest evidence against Dayonte that they have.
So on September 7th of 2014, Nanyo Su and his wife, Jill Halliburton, came back from Malaysia after being there for 2 weeks. On that day, their son, Justin Su, picked them up from the airport about 4:15, 4:30 in the afternoon and drove them back home. You know, they were up most of the night because they were jet lagged, and Justin stated that he didn't go to bed till about 2 o'clock and his parents were still up because of the jet lag. Now, Justin had to go to work, and he was working at Broward Community College, which was directly across the street from where his father was working at the University of Florida at Davie campus. So he leaves the house about 9:45, and the video camera pictures from the yard gate has him leaving at that time. Then Yo, at some point in the morning, decides that he wants to go to work. He gets up, he then leaves for work sometime around 11:30. His work is about 8 or 9 miles away at the University of Florida. When he gets to the office, sometime about 45 minutes into his job, he claims that he went on the computer to the drop cam access just to look and see what was going on in the house.
That's the time I saw a cooking on, and I saw this figure with white towel type of thing cover his face. My memory is probably not very good because it's just a glimpse of that. Okay, and wear something probably whitish shirts, jeans or some kind of darker pants.
Pants or shorts?
I don't know.
Could you tell?
I don't know. It's probably, I can't tell because very, very quickly that happened. He walked, kind of looking down, he walked over to the TV camera, and next thing I know, the TV camera is covered.
Nanyo had ordered this camera 14 days prior, and there was a 14-day trial period. And during that time frame, he was allowed to capture any images into a cloud that that was captured on the camera. So on that day, when he gets back on the 7th, the 14th day grace period had expired. So he's not seeing a tape delay, he's not seeing anything like that. He's looking live.
The person I know, you said a male or whatever, could you tell if it was a male or female?
I think it's a male.
Okay.
Rather skinny.
Okay. How old did this male look?
20-ish.
Okay.
Looks like, it doesn't look like very old to me.
Okay.
I can't see the face, so I can't tell, but from the body language of that, he's not dragging, moving body is rather smooth.
Can you tell white male, black male, or?
Looks like a white to me.
Okay.
The father then proceeds to call the son and asks the son, hey, are you playing around with the camera? The son says, no, I'm not playing around with the camera. He says, well, I saw someone in the home. Can you go home and check on your mom?
I will walk into my garage, take off my shoes. I look at my room, and there's a drawer in my room with a bunch of knives. I collect like a bunch of knives and stuff. And that was open. And I'm like, that's weird. Like, and then I get to the living room, and I look left, and I see that the camera's been just literally ripped out. It's not even there anymore. And then I hear the water running. I walk into my parents' room, and I see her. She's in the tub, water's flowing. Her face is in the water. My first thought is I thought she committed suicide because I see there's a lot of blood, and I remember I dragged her out, and I started freaking out, and I tried pushing her, started just listening for her breath and just like putting breath into her lungs, but it just tasted like blood.
Law enforcement gets there, and they does their canvass of the neighborhood, and they find the lady across the street, Betty, who states that sometime around 12:03, 12:05, she says that she just sees a door close. It appears that there is a crime scene that occurred in the foyer next to the front door, because law enforcement from the crime scene photos, you can see blood droplets out there, okay? So that clearly means that somebody would have had to stab her, and she'd been stabbed approximately 13 times. He then picked her up and put her in the tub and filled it up with water.
The first impression of the police when they arrived in the house and they saw the body, they said this had to be a murder of passion, like someone whoever did this knew this woman. This was a rage-style murder.
If you're seeing 20, 30 attacks, particularly if those are occurring to the torso area or the neck or other sensitive areas, that indicates the person kept stabbing beyond what was absolutely necessary for that crime to have been committed. And that can indicate, again, that emotional closeness. There's some sort of, emotional investment. The person's angry at the victim.
And I wish I could tell you, every single specific thing, but there's just some things we have to keep close to the chest. But I mean, it's just the whole house, the way it's laid out, it doesn't seem like, we worked robbery for many years. It doesn't seem like a home invasion robbery.
The police are saying that the point of entry where the perpetrator may have come through, no one possibly could have came through that way. If they did break in that door, the first thing the perp would have did is open the back window. He would have unlocked the sliding door so that he had a way to get out.
The detectives confirmed that all the doors in the house were locked. If you're a burglar and you're going into the house, at what point, after you've killed this lady, do you then go back out and then relock the house? Because there would be a key missing. And then the whole thing about this case is there's nothing missing in the house. Nothing's been stolen.
Nothing. Nothing taken. It was an iPad, there was a MacBook, there was a laptop, there was iPhones. Nothing was taken. Nothing. So either the person who came there just came to kill that woman, or they came there and they tried to commit a burglary, but they left everything that they got behind and just did this. That's not an MO of somebody who burglarizes homes.
So what ended up happening was police questioned the son and they questioned the father. And when they questioned both of them, each of them, they had a preconceived notion that one or both of them was responsible for the death of Jill Halliburton Sue.
Let me ask you this. There seems to be a lot of guilt there, as when he talks about his mom, he says that she was like ashamed of him. Why does he say that?
Well, because he didn't make through the grade, even, make through the 2 years in Stetson.
Mm.
He basically dropped out. And my wife, having a professor like me as a husband, probably expect a lot from him. And he probably always feel pressure that he have to, perform. He didn't, he couldn't.
Can I speak to you one more thing? I kind of forgot to tell you.
Sure. So, when we are gone in Malaysia, my wife told me that she happened to be seen on live on the camera in our dining room behind the camera that my son obviously sneak out on the front the sliding door, from there come back from the other door from her bedroom or she have a little pass to the room there, and then she cover her face, he covered his face, okay, my son covered his face, and then next thing you know it that he put a towel or something on top of the camera.
That was why you guys
that's
were
where we are in. So I know that it's the reason why initially I suspect this person I saw in the mask, maybe him, because he's trying to put a prank on me.
Why would he say that? Have you ever done that?
I've thrown shit like over the camera.
No, have you ever put something around your face, messing around, and
No, I
then
haven't.
your mom saw it and said, "Oh, you're silly" or whatever?
No.
Sure about that?
Yeah. Put something on my face. Cover up my face.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
That both your parents were like thought it was funny at the time, but it wasn't, and they told you don't do that again.
What? Put something over
your face?
Over my face? No. They never.
You never wore anything over your face and did that?
Mask or anything like that?
And like scare the camera or something like that? No.
Yeah, like to mess around with them while they were away.
No.
Well, when we were in Malaysia, he did that. So my wife was kind of telling him that, did you do this in front of the camera and come back and cover your face and flap this one here? And he said, yeah. So three of us just laughing because my wife said, you're so bastard on that one. We're just laughing on that one. Okay. And whoever did this, know where the security camera is. Because both of them being unplugged indicate that they know this camera.
Well, let me ask you, who knows where these security cameras?
My son.
Boom. Who knows where the security cameras? My son.
And so when they questioned him for hours and hours and hours, they made it clear that they believed Justin Sue was a suspect. They thought, Mom is dead, Dad is gone, son finds the body, he's your killer.
What the fuck are you screaming?
Dude, I can't.
Shut the fuck down.
Man, I've been in this room way too long, man.
Yeah. Hey, listen. A lot of the stuff that we talked about earlier, the stuff you told us, doesn't make sense.
What do you mean? Are you saying that I did it?
Yeah.
Holy crap! Oh my! No, I didn't. I would never do that,
That's
dude.
bullshit.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, what? What's so hard to believe?
That I did that?
Why
That
not?
I would break into my own.
Nobody broke into that fucking house. Stop playing this fucking game.
Oh my god, are you serious?
You know how long we've been doing this fucking job? A long time.
That's horrible
Stop
that you
with the
guys would
bullshit.
even think that I would fucking do it. I'm sorry, but
You're sorry.
I'm gonna go fucking.
No, you're not gonna go nowhere.
Dude!
Yeah.
I didn't do it!
Your dad tells you there's somebody inside your house that he sees on a camera.
Yeah.
And your first thought is to go home and
Yes.
take off your. Shut up for a minute. Your first thought is to take off your shoes and go in your bedroom first.
Yeah! What? What's wrong with that? I was gonna check it out. I had a knife in my hand.
What knife did you have in your hand?
What? I had a pocket knife.
Which one?
The one from my car.
What does it look like?
It was just in my pocket, dude.
Where is it now?
It's in my car still. I put it back in my car.
What does it look like?
It's black.
So you put that back in your car before the cops got there?
No.
You said you had a knife in your hand.
Fuck, you guys are putting shit in my head
You're
now.
saying it, man. When did you have an opportunity to go to your car?
When I was in my car when I dropped it, what?
When did you have an opportunity to go to your car?
When I got out of the car?
When did you ask you again? You're a smart guy. I'm not trying to insult you.
That whole thing with the knife, I made up. Because when you told me, like, why would you go in the house? Because I was defending myself.
Made it up.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Sorry.
Don't do that again.
I just told you you're not making sense and your stories are all over the place. And you're just gonna sit down and tell me you made that up about going back in your car?
Yeah. That's the only thing I lied about. I'm sorry.
No, you said you were in BC, right?
Yeah.
In the library.
Yeah. Why?
Oh, I'm just making sure. So you don't tell me tomorrow or later on today, oh yeah, I forgot to say I wasn't really at the library.
Check the garage, man. I was
I
there.
don't need to check the fucking garage. I don't need to check.
Why not?
Because you said you're in the library.
So? What's wrong with that?
What if you're not in the library? Then where were you?
In my car?
What were you doing in your car?
Sleeping.
So I'm asking you the same question again. So you don't fuck this up. Be honest with me. Did you stay in your car sleeping or did you go to the library?
I say that. Okay, I'm sorry. I said that too.
You fucking lied about that too.
Because I don't want to seem like an asshole.
That's two lies. I'll just point out two. That's 2 lies that why, my thing is why would you even have to lie? If you didn't do anything, if the only thing you did was come home and you found your mom deceased, why would you lie about anything?
Was she stabbed repeatedly, many times, viciously?
She was multiple times.
Indicating this is more like emotional charge type of rage kill type of thing? You think?
I don't think so.
Why he tied her up? Why he tied her up? It's his mom. He didn't have to tie her up.
You grabbed your mom, you pulled her out of the tub, right? So there you would have had blood on your hands there, right? Because you didn't put any gloves on when you pulled your mom out of the tub. You didn't have time to. While you walked through the house, you would have touched the sliding door, which means you would have blood on the sliding door handle of your mom's.
Yes.
And you would have blood on the lock on the front door of your mom's.
Yes.
Do you agree with me?
I believe, yes, I agree with you. That should be there.
Right. And if there isn't, what does that mean?
That none of those things happen, I guess? I don't know.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why I really want to talk to somebody. I need the lawyer representation.
Okay.
I'm trying to be very cooperative.
And you have been.
I'm trying to tell everything I know.
And you have even. I wouldn't say that you haven't.
But since my son is still my son, I would accept the truth that he did it. But before that, we need to make sure that everything is done fairly.
Okay, everything, first of all, is being done fairly. Okay? We're not trying to trick anybody or anything like that. Okay? And you just said that if he did it, you would accept it? Is that what you said?
If the total truth come out that he did it, I totally accept that.
If I found out I was wrong, I'd seriously consider a career change.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, someone's trying to frame me, man.
If you're saying someone trying to frame you, the only one that's capable of framing you is your dad. Would your dad frame you?
You can't lie to the police in Broward County on a murder charge. You can't lie. Ask some of the people that are down there at the main jail, can you lie about a homicide and get out the same night? No. Anytime you lie about anything in a homicide, your ass gonna sit. With them releasing the dad, I understand that. And I get that because, like I said, all his alibis and everything was Trump tight. But with them releasing Justin, based on the fact that he lied to them multiple times and he had been released, I don't know if they had enough to charge him, but he at least should have spent the night in jail.
If we arrested people on suspicion alone, there'd be a lot of people arrested, and a lot of people wrongfully arrested, because obviously you suspect a lot of different people. But the police have to engage in an investigation until they have material evidence that tends to provide probable cause that someone committed a crime. You can't arrest somebody. And you can't arrest somebody because they told you that they were at work and then admitted they were sleeping. Justin was a kid who was under kind of strained circumstances from his parents. He went to college for 2 years. Because he flunked out, his parents made him come home. He'd only been home for a couple of months at the time. So clearly he's kind of like on probation with his parents.
And I can only imagine, the dichotomy of that with a dad whose whole life is academics. Dr. Sue is obviously a very decorated professor, and he's very well regarded in his profession. And the fact that Justin struggled a little bit at school, I can understand the dynamic of the relationship.
It definitely seemed, I think, from both the father and son that there was tension in that relationship. You can see that on one hand, his father acquiesced fairly quickly to the idea that he might have been the perpetrator. And, when Justin lied, it was possible that this may have been motivated by fear of his father. But it would have to be really, really significant, I think, for him to think that lying to investigators was the better choice than simply accepting whatever disagreement with his father might have resulted.
Justin had a lot of knives because he was very into fishing, which is a common thing in Florida. A lot of people are into fishing, and a lot of them have a lot of knives. But Justin also had, according to police, a bit of a heavy drug usage habit. And he was using something called DAB, which is apparently 80% THC. Now, anything above 20% THC is considered high. And that's not exactly trivial when you're looking at what happened with his mother. Justin and his mother had always been very tight, very close. But sometimes it's those relationships that are closest to us that cause the most extreme reactions. There had been more tension in their relationship since he'd come home. Had there been an argument? Had there been an escalation in that tension? We don't know.
Both Dr. Sue and the son were questioned by police, and neither have been considered suspects. However,
I don't want to say anybody's been ruled out or is a suspect. I mean, at this time, this is a very active investigation.
When you have a lot of money, there are lots of different potential motives. Did she just recently inherit? I know her father died about a year ago. That could mean she came into a lot of money recently. Who gains money when you die? Your heirs. Does she have a will? Did she promise in that will to give lots of money to one of these foundations that she volunteers for? You got to think about that question.
The deceased is an heir to the Halliburton fortune. So the Halliburton company made millions, if not billions of dollars off the Afghan and Iraqi war. If you'll recall, George Bush gave that company all kinds of work to supply munitions, supplies, and everything, and there were no bid contracts because it was an emergency. So this is a high-profile case. You know, it's like, well, we got to find somebody. There's a lot of pressure on the police to solve this crime.
And the Sues are saying that someone burglarized their home and they killed their mom. So the first thing the cops are going to do is they're going to start looking at all the burglaries that happened in probably a 2 or 1 mile radius of that actual place. And they're going to start trying to find suspects. And I think what they did is they just found a suspect.
What happens 7 days later, they process the scene for DNA, and lo and behold, they find the knife that was on the front porch. They do the DNA, and lo and behold, there's a hit on Dayonte Resiles.
Udi South Santi, the well South Santi. No, South Santi, Kizron Santi, the hotel where Dayonte.
Oh, I feel like my whole body go down because that's my first son. I don't have nobody else. That was my oldest son.
Mm-hmm.
He was the one who was kind of depend on me. I only have trois semaines de gain ou même Dayonte. So when je suis comme ça, ça peut me venir, me venir well. Non, encore.
He said that he just felt weak. You know, Dayonte is his firstborn, and you know that's all he depended on as being the oldest. So he kind of depended on Dayonte a lot. He said it's very emotional for him. I think, you know, seeing Dayonte in the position that he is and being a father, knowing that he's helpless right now, like he can't do anything to help his son, that he can't hold his son. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's very, like, he's very emotional about it, you know? Yeah. It's okay, Daddy.
So what's hard for me is that we have, it pains me to say it, but we have a black young man in jail for a crime that the husband said that he saw on videotape was a white guy. He clearly states it.
My job as a prosecutor is to do what is just, not to prosecute any particular person. When justice demands that a particular person be prosecuted because all the evidence points to that person, then that's what we do. But if the evidence had pointed somewhere else, we would have followed it. And that's why I looked at as much stuff as I could possibly, look at to ensure that we were on the right path. And we were.
I guess their theory is that when he saw her there, he decided to kill her so he wouldn't get caught, is what I'm guessing they're gonna go forward with. But it's very different than what we've seen from Dayonte Resiles' past. He doesn't have violent offenses like this where he's ever hurt someone, stabbed someone.
He's a burglar. He is somebody who breaks into homes, steals, and leaves. He does not hurt people. He does not kill people. He does not maim people.
There's no way he did that. No way.
I never had a problem out of Dayonte fighting and all that, no. He was a good child. A loving, caring child. Always wanted to do something to help somebody. I clean up this. I help you with that. You want me to cook? You don't know how to cook. I learned. He was Moochie, asked questions. He want to know everything, so yeah, he had plenty of questions.
He got a outbursting personality. He could be the life of the party, the center of attention.
I always felt like I was independent. I didn't want to depend on my mama. So when I was little, like 11 years old, we were selling avocados. We had avocados in the back of the house. We were selling avocados or mangoes, and then I learned about selling candy. I started selling candy, and then from selling candy, it went to washing cars, and from washing cars, it went to cutting grass.
He wanted to be a singer. He went from singing to cooking, from cooking to landscaping. From landscaping, then he took a trade in automotive.
Me and him are about the same age. He used to come up here when he could have been maybe 13, 14 years old, and he used to always ask my dad for a job, but we were always busy staffed and we had a lot of workers, so my dad would tell him, sweep up, help clean up, help the guys get the shop open up. He started doing that. He would ended up coming here every morning just to open up, make a little extra money, and he just wanted to work. He just wanted opportunity. And my dad ended up liking him as a kid because he worked hard.
We spoke all the time as far as, what are you going to do with your life? You have to, work hard, go to school, things like that. So, we kept that kind of conversation with him because to me, the kid seemed like he was college material. I used to tell him back in the days, you're such a smart kid, you might be the next president.
If you go down where the Cheesecake Factory and you keep going like as if you're going towards the beach, they have a lot of big mansions, a lot of big houses and stuff. That's why I used to go and sell candy when I was little. Because, I always been infatuated with, the luxury of life and, having a big house, nice car and stuff, whatever. So I used to go over there. Even when I wasn't selling candy when I was little, I'd go over there, as in motivation and determination, to become better and to get richer and find, the happy families, wanting that happy family because it was just crazy. You just see a bunch of, kids around and, they're enjoying life, they're skateboarding, they're with their family and everybody's smiling and happy, but when you come back to your reality and your home or whatever, everybody's depressed or stressing about the bills or kids hungry and stuff. It just it was depressing, so I always used to try to escape my reality and go to my fantasy. So I used to go down there and I just walk on the beach and just see different things.
Tends to be in South Florida, you're either comfortable or really have it, or you're scraping, you're just getting by. There's not a lot of this mushball middle where you're kind of comfortable, but you're not really scraping. You're not worried.
Moochie used to be in a lot, man. He was coming up. He was just a little boy coming up right here. It's one of the best neighborhoods. You want to get out the road a little bit. So, yeah. Go to the side a little bit.
Hi.
Young lady right here.
Good.
All right. This one little kids, the kids right here, they look for their one little minute of fame before she never knew. Hey, look what we got, in the hood, All our cars beat up, don't work. We gotta push them, we gotta walk, we gotta catch the bus, so, hey, You try to get money the best way you can. But it's a struggle, it's a survival around here, man. It's not like everybody got the same opportunity, you know. Some make it, some don't. You know, we still living with ACs in the window right here.
On 3rd Ave, like you had the part that we stayed at, it wasn't all that bad, but then you had the other side on 3rd Ave and 13th that was bad. So my mom always used to tell us we couldn't go to that side or whatever because it's too bad, it's too much drug selling, people dying, prostitutes, a lot of stuff. And I was with my homeboy. My homeboy didn't want to go to the store that my mom usually have us go to. The day he convinced me to go down the street to the other store, that's the day when life had this change for me, because I went down the street, I seen all these girls outside, beautiful women, booty everywhere, Sam. I seen all kind of, like, the allure of the fast life. I seen big cars with big rims, people with a lot of money and all that other stuff.
If you grow up and everybody's going to school and everybody's eating lunch, and everybody, you know, has the same opportunities, yeah, you learn that. But if you come up and you see everybody breaking their houses and everybody is, you know, robbing and stealing and doing everything to get ahead for the newest clothes and the newest outfit, and you see that as a kid and that's your surroundings, that's what you grow up doing. It's part of the process.
When you don't have nothing better else to do and you're looking at your situation, kind of make you feel like you need to do something, you know? And unfortunately, when you think about doing something, the quickest way to do something is to do something wrong, because wrong is right there every day in front of you, you know? And wrong can make you money in this country.
He got arrested for B&E, him and some other boys. They sent him off to Doja School for boys that was a level 6-8. You could be in there from 6 months to 8 months. And he was doing good when he got out of the program, to be honest with you. It's just, he got out here and continued hanging with the wrong people.
I see a little bit of myself in him when I talk to him when I was younger, and how, you know, that anger and that feel like being cheated because you're not getting a proper childhood that a normal child gets. And so that could be one or two ways. You can get angry or you could do something about it. I think Dayonte was in the middle of that.
You know, he would buy turkeys and stuff like that and give it back to single mothers and things like that. So he was kind of like a neighborhood hero, you know, especially when you're coming from a community that's like kind of downtrodden and, you know, poor.
When I went to set up an account, I bumped into some lady. She said that he helped pay her light bill was $400 and something, and her own grandkids wouldn't even help her pay her light bill. And she said, your son paid it for me.
I've been in here since she was born. Like, she brought her to visitation, and just seeing her on the screen, she had her tongue all out. She had her tongue out, but just looking at her, and she's the spitting image of me. Like, she looks just like me, and just seeing her just staring or whatever. Because I remember the first time when I found out she had the baby, and then I tried to get in touch with her, and then when I heard her, like, I heard her cry, I broke down crying, so I broke down crying. That's the first time, I believe that was my second time that I cried, ever been in jail, and that was the last time I cried. But she just brought me joy. Like, you know the feeling that you get when you bring your first child and then you bring your first child in the world. But me and her, like, we never had the connection of, you know, I got to see her, hold her, kiss her, or spend time with her or whatever. It's kind of hard being in here, but I'll have my time soon.
The state had the chance to file it as a regular murder case where he would have been facing just a life sentence, or they could charge it as a death penalty case, which they decided to do. And so for Dayonte, it looks like they're saying that the way that the woman died was so heinous, atrocious, and cruel that it merits the death penalty from their point of view.
The most significant reason for the committee to decide that this was a case in which seeking the death penalty is appropriate was the fact that Mrs. Sue was in her own home, that she was tied up, that she was alive for some period of time after being tied up, that she was placed in a bathtub, and that then she was brutally stabbed so many times. And you got to think about the terror.
And if we don't do our job the best that we can, he's gonna die. He's gonna be killed by the state of Florida. That weighs very heavy on us.
It's just, you know, to be facing something that he's facing, which is death, with the lack of evidence that there is, it's just almost impossible to believe that our guy was even arrested in the first place for a murder. But this is Broward County, so.
Within the last hour or so, the Broward County Sheriff's Crime Lab announced that it's no longer going to do some DNA analysis, a cornerstone of its operation. And the lab faces losing its accreditation. NBC6 investigator Tony Pipitone has been following the science here and joins us live in the newsroom with more on this. Tony.
Yeah, the experts who give the lab its accreditation found errors in how it analyzed DNA, mistakes that lawyers say could implicate innocent people. That's why the lab just now has agreed to stop doing some DNA tests and will have to pay another lab to do them. All this while it fights to keep its accreditation. Defense attorney Monique Brochu knew last year something was not right with DNA evidence coming from Broward's crime lab. It was the only physical evidence helping place her client, Javon Gibson, at the scene of an April 2010 murder. So Brochu brought in DNA expert Tiffany Roy, who found the Broward Sheriff's Crime Lab was misinterpreting DNA evidence, an accusation confirmed by a board that determines how crime labs should operate.
The very first case that I ever consulted on for a defense attorney was a Broward County case, and it was done completely wrong. The case had a profile that I would consider to be unreliable. It was too limited information, too unreliable information, but Broward County went ahead and made an association with it, matched it to a defendant, and I didn't know how they could do that with this limited data.
You're supposed to look at the sample independently of anything else. You're supposed to make a determination if that sample that you have, that partial sample, is enough to go forward with a match, okay? But you're supposed to look at it independently of anything else. What was happening in the BSO crime lab is they were taking the mixed samples, they were extrapolating them out, realizing, okay, we have 3 partial samples of 3 people. Now, when they realized they couldn't go forward, they were supposed to stop. But instead of stopping at that point, what they were doing was taking the known samples, the people that they wanted it to be, okay? And they were saying, oh, look, here's Monique's client. And Monique's client and this one, we kind of match it, and it kind of is matchy-matchy, and okay, we'll do that one. And this one, okay, this is another guy, and it's kind of good, and it kind of matches here and there. Okay, we'll do that one. So it was like they were playing a game. Instead of doing what they were supposed to do independently, they were just trying to match it up with the known samples.
The lab's accrediting agency board agreed the lab is making mistakes, using portions of DNA so minuscule they should have been disregarded, and being biased, considering the DNA of a suspect before deciding what portions of DNA recovered from evidence would be used to connect him to the crime.
We all work for someone. Somebody pays our bills. We're influenced by that, no question. Some of the crime labs are paid by the state police. Some of them wear badges in the lab. Do they have a special relationship with the police, with law enforcement? Of course they do. Most people who work in labs get all the information about the case. They may have emails sometimes from prosecutors, and the emails are like, you know, we really got to get this guy. Does that have an effect on the science? Yes. Cognitive bias is real, it's well established, and a great example of this is the study by the National Institute of Standards and Technology. 2013, they gave the same mixture data to 109 crime labs. And they asked, is suspect A, B, C, are they included in this ski mask from a bank robbery? But they created the data so that for suspect C, it was really hard to tell whether C was included or not. 76 of 109 North American crime labs said suspect C is included. Suspect C was not included by the National Institute of Standards and Technology. It was a distractor. It was a tough problem to see when labs would say it's inconclusive. And instead, 76 labs said this person is included. That doesn't mean we don't trust the DNA. I think the DNA is very helpful if it helps show someone didn't commit a crime. But to convict, we require a jury to find beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's a super high standard. I would hope that if all of the other evidence conflicts with the DNA, you might not want to trust the DNA.
The way that DNA has been portrayed in film, on TV, in movies, is that if you got someone's DNA, you're able to identify them. It's an open and shut case. The reality is, it's far more complicated than just open and shut.
I'm old enough to be embarrassed about some of the things we used to believe about DNA. We used to testify to a high degree of scientific certainty without having calculated the certainty, because I was taught, as the FBI taught people, to testify that way, to say, I am sure of my results to a high degree of scientific certainty. And then somebody said, you know, that's actually a mathematical calculation. Did you do that? Because if we say Greg Hampikian could have contributed the DNA, we want to know, well, who else could have contributed? How many other people?
DNA evidence cannot say that you are in fact a match. It can say that you are likely a match within the reasonable likelihood of multiples of the tens of thousands. There's no exact 100% match, but the media has already convinced a lot of folks that DNA, if you have it, then you've proved it. But it's a lot more complex.
This calculation was part of my complaint that I filed against Broward initially because they weren't using this right, and their accrediting body agreed with my assessment basically and found that there were some problems with the way they were interpreting these low-level mixed profiles and assigning weights to them for statistical purposes. This is a case that would be affected by that.
It's very likely that individuals have gone through this system on faulty evidence and ultimately have been convicted based on poor evidence.
So we're optimistic that this might benefit Mr. Resiles' case because as I think I indicated to you earlier, it appears that the only link at this point in time to Mr. Resiles to that crime scene is some DNA that was on 2 items that were found at the crime scene. We're taking depositions now of the people that collected the DNA sample first before we get to the people that analyzed it so that we get an idea of how it was collected, what was done with it before it got to the lab, those kind of things.
This is a death penalty state. You know, we execute people here, and it absolutely needs to be done right, and nowhere is it more important than in states that do that.
Every day, Sam, I promise you, every day I'm always planning, strategizing of how I can make the best of every situation and how to alter and change everything in life to make it better or whatever. Like, I'm driven to do it or whatever, but it's hard doing it when you're confined to a freaking cell 23 hours a day and these people treat you like shit. It's hard. It's hard. Sam, if you know, like I told you, this place was like acted as a concentration camp for me. The stuff that they do to mentally torture you, emotionally, and all that spiritually, they did this in every way that they possibly could, but I still remain unbroken. Only thing they haven't done yet is kill me. I'm tired, Sam. I'm tired.
Well, he wouldn't be the first person charged with a serious crime to feel that the system moves too slow. But as I explained to my client, you want to move it fast, go in and plead guilty. Otherwise, let your attorneys have sufficient time to prepare these cases. There's a lot of depositions to be taken. There's various pretrial motions to be filed. And remember, you get one trial, and then it's just a matter of logistics. At this point in time, I've got a half dozen murder cases. So I've got to work on all those at the same time. I'm in trial on other murder cases that predate Mr. Resiles' case, so that takes me away from prep time here. There's nothing to be served in a case of this magnitude by rushing to trial.
When life brings you to that point of depression, or when you're sad and you're depressed or anything, you just look at it. You have the power to change it. In your mind, and you have the strength to change anything that's wrong in life and that you don't like or that has you feeling depressed or anything. You have the power to change it. And then it's the same way if somebody tries to come and bring harm to you or harm to your family, you have to defend yourself. You have to fight. You have to stand firm. You can't let nobody back you down, because if you allow somebody to back you down, then you lose. But when you stand firm and you fight, that's when people back off.
What just happened?
21-year-old Dayonte Resiles had been in jail for almost 22 months. He went to the courthouse this morning for a hearing on whether he could someday face the death penalty.
It's now been more than 13 hours since the murder suspect managed to make a mad dash from that hearing.
NBC6 continues to cover all angles of this manhunt.
SWAT teams went to work searching for Resiles, but it was too late.
The Broward Sheriff's Office says that this is a violent criminal.
He is armed and dangerous.
If you see him, call police immediately.
Run, Moochie, run, run, Moochie, run, Moochie, run, Moochie, run, Moochie, run with the kid, get lost with me. Ben Franklin, I make her uncrossing me. Can't let that nigga be the boss of me. Fuck your plug, come and shop for me. Get a lick, make it run, Moochie, run, Moochie, run, Moochie.
Resiles, as you know, is 21 years old. He's approximately 5'10". He's 170 pounds. He has tattoos on both arms, and he is armed and dangerous. Let me repeat that. He is armed and dangerous.
21-year-old Dayonte Resiles had been in jail for almost 22 months. He went to the courthouse this morning for a hearing on whether he could someday face the death penalty. But before that could happen, Resiles somehow got loose from his handcuffs and bolted from the 4th floor of the courthouse.
He made another surprising move, not only ditching his jumpsuit, but removing his handcuffs.
One of the court deputies actually was able to grab his pants, but he was able to break that grab and continue out the door.
Police would spend hours sweeping every inch of the courthouse before finally realizing the accused murderer had made it out into the streets of Fort Lauderdale.
Resiles spreading panic in the courthouse this morning after bolting during a peak hour. His escape putting the areas near the courthouse on alert. Swarms of officers with guns blocked off roads and combed through possible hideaways.
This was a tremendous embarrassment for them. I mean, you lost an inmate? You didn't just lose an inmate in transition. You lost him. He was in the courtroom.
If you embarrass the sheriff's office, or if you embarrass any entity of law, I mean, there's gonna be hell to pay.
Cold eyes upon me, they stare. People all around me, and they're all in fear. They don't seem to want me, but they won't admit I must be some kind of creature if they're having fears, having hard times in this crazy town, having hard times. There's no love to be found.
I don't know what I have no idea. Like I said, I walked in, I wasn't even actually at the courtroom. I just saw all this commotion as I walked up, and then people said, "Your client just escaped." And at first I thought it was a joke. They said, "Your client just ran away." And yeah, okay, sure. Then I found out it was for real.
I was walking downstairs when I heard a commotion, and I went outside, and a couple minutes later found out that someone had escaped from the courtroom. And in my mind, I thought, well, they'll just catch him and put him back in the jail. No big deal. We've all had clients that have freaked out in court, but they usually are really quick to take them down. When I found out he left, I thought that was unbelievable.
He will always be known as the young man that escaped the Broward County jailhouse for the rest of his life. He made history. He made history.
So you have several people coming from the jail. They're all shackled together, and they're in what would normally be the jury box, all these jail inmates, and suddenly he bounds up, over, out, he hits the door, actually meets a little bit of resistance in the door. I think somebody was on the other side, and then kind of pushes again on the door, and he's out the door. And everybody's kind of like, what just happened? Like the judge went to order in the court, which you only really see in the movies. That never really happens in real life.
But nobody thinks he's really going to get too far because the courthouse is full of deputies. But somehow he had it planned out to go down to a certain stairwell where there was actually an exit behind the courthouse that he could leave, which was pretty strange.
They're evacuating the building here, so we have to leave. Sorry, Judge? They're evacuating our building. We have to leave.
Before anybody can process what they've just witnessed, Dayonte Resiles has escaped, and nobody knows what to do about it.
Has anyone reviewed the videotape to determine what ingress and egress points he chose?
Bravo 3, do you remember if he was cuffed at the time?
I just found a jumpsuit on the ground, so I'm not sure what he's wearing.
Every tactical unit I have available to me, and all our assets and resources, our K-9, our helicopters, our Marine Patrol, are looking for Mr. Resiles.
All of the law enforcement agencies across the U.S. have been notified about this guy. Take a look at him. That is his photo.
I just laughed. I was just amazed. I'm telling God, you got a sense of humor. You funny, I'm just enjoying the moment.
The reward money for information leading to Resiles has jumped significantly, and possibly most telling is the sheriff saying they believe he had accomplices.
It was a plan that was concocted by teenagers, of all the things. His girlfriend at the time was only 19. She was driving a BMW, and she picked him up downstairs, so it was well planned.
Everybody was impressed about this kid, how a young black man from the hood can pull off an escape. It was very coordinated, it was very organized. Who would have thought? Not only was it daring, it was downright, he was perfectionist. He spent several weeks talking over the phone, going over everything, making sure all the T's was crossed and all the I's was dotted.
The big question that everybody had, of course, is where did he get the key? They thought possibly it was brought in by maybe an attorney, maybe a friend visiting. Where he got the key wasn't clear.
What we do know is that Dayonte got one of his fellow inmates to loosen his shackles beforehand so he could slip out of them once he got into the courtroom. We also know that he asked one of his friends to do a dry run 10 days before his escape, so he knew exactly which way to go after he fled the courtroom.
You remember the number that I put on the paper, the 48 and all that other stuff?
Yeah, that's where I'm at right now.
All right, so you tell me which side you feel like best.
Not your side.
My old girl side, the best one?
Yeah.
All right. So go and just see if they shoot nice over there.
All right. It looked like they were shooting back open. But you gotta be quick on your feet after you leave your old girl house. That's the only thing it is. But I'm out here right now looking at this shit.
Yeah.
You gotta be quick on your feet after you come out your old girl house, bro.
Yeah.
That's it, bro. I'm gonna be right there.
Now, he also planned another detail. Might not seem like nothing to me and you, but it was perfect for his escape.
Dayonte made slits in his prison jumpsuit so he could easily slip out of it, just in case any of the deputies grabbed him as he was fleeing the courtroom.
The inmate made a run for the door. The bailiff was directly right behind him, tried to grab his jumpsuit, but I think he got out of his jumpsuit and just kept running.
So Dayonte's plan of escape was to exit the courthouse on the side building, traveled down this sidewalk to this street right here. His waiting vehicle was parked right here, where they actually were able to escape down the driveway and get away. So the first place Dayonte goes after he flees the jail is his uncle's house to get money. Because if you're out on the run, you need cash. Second, they drove Dayonte to this parking lot in this apartment complex off of Oakland Park Boulevard. This is where they dropped him off.
They dropped him off about right over here somewhere. She picked him up wearing some like Hooter shorts, just casually, just picked him up like nothing had even happened. Meanwhile, they still looking for Dayonte in the courthouse.
All units be advised, we now have him on camera. He left the building at 934 through stairwell 1.
Okay, have somebody in the control room print me out some color photos of him so I can distribute them throughout the perimeter points to Fort Lauderdale.
The escape was like all over the news, and it was very hugely published because, of course, he was on the run. There was a manhunt for him.
It's interesting. I don't recall it being as if, oh my goodness, there's a murderer on the loose. You know, there's some like a serial killer or something. It was more like, what? Huh? Okay, let's see what's next. Are they gonna catch him? It almost, I think people almost treat it a little bit like a movie, like, okay, or a miniseries. Okay, what's next?
The sheriff's office needed to gather intelligence and fast. They had two options: interview his fellow inmates and listen to his jailhouse calls.
We switched bunks. He wanted to stay out the window.
Why was that? Was that unusual?
He just said it's his last day, just wanted to get a good view. That's all he said.
Okay, so he switched bunks with you because it was his last day?
It was his last day, and I put in my radio, and that was it.
Investigators found out that Dayonte was using somebody else that was locked up with him's PIN number, so the calls couldn't be traced back to him. And so what he would do is he would call that inmate's girlfriend, and she would hook him up with all his accomplices, and that's how they mastered it out.
Did you ever hear anybody either on the three-ways or anybody?
No one else.
I have to ask you the question first.
Oh.
Name of Winston?
I heard that name last night, but I didn't know who it was. I just remembered him saying something about, don't say, I'm not gonna say too much on the phone.
Who's that? Moochie?
Moochie, yeah. He was like, I'm not gonna say too much on the phone. You already know what you gotta do. Something like that.
And who was he talking to?
He was talking to his girlfriend, Quay. Yeah.
So after the police went through all the text messages and all the jail calls, they figure out that LaQuay and Winston picked him up from the courthouse. They arrested them the very next morning.
All right, like I said, I know you understand how serious the situation is.
And we've had 200 cops looking for him all day.
Okay.
It's been almost 24 hours. We still have 15 detectives. You saw at your house, U.S. Marshals were there. We want to take care of this.
No.
We know, and I can prove, that you know a lot more than you're leading on.
So after investigators threatened them with long jail sentences, they went ahead and caved. They gave them everything and told them everything they knew about the escape.
I picked up the twins.
Okay.
After I picked up the twins, we was in traffic till we got to the courthouse.
Who were the twins?
Who's your cousin?
Okay, so the twins are Moochie's cousins. What did they do up in the courtroom to help this out?
Cough. When they coughed, I knew that he was there.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir. Am I being detained?
You're being arrested.
I'm being arrested?
Yeah.
What's the charges?
Accessory to murder and accessory to escape.
Isn't any of this shit worth it? Y'all just be doing dumb shit and other things, man. I tell you all the time, all this bullshit gonna affect your future, bro.
I can't go home?
Nope.
Not even if I cooperated?
Well, you had that opportunity. You already decided you didn't want to talk. You changing your mind?
Would it let me go home?
Do you know where he is now?
No, sir.
Probably not then.
How come?
Because that's what we want.
A CBS 4 News safety alert is still in place because the accused killer who escaped from the Broward County Courthouse last Friday is still on the loose. The Broward Sheriff's Office has arrested 4 people suspected of helping him get away.
Broward Sheriff's Office, again, very embarrassed. They want people to know we're doing things. The arrest forms come out and some of the details about how they believed these people helped Resiles came out.
Deputies add that Resiles' girlfriend LaQuay Stern was waiting outside in a silver BMW while their friend Winston Russell had his hand on the steering wheel of the getaway car.
There's an undercurrent among those who know Resiles and know about these cases. There's an undercurrent of he was being rung up on that kind of as an excuse. Okay, here's somebody weak in railroad. There's an undercurrent of that feeling because there's evidence of this. This is not, it's not like that hasn't happened before.
Well, tonight he's trending on Twitter and Facebook with some users actually encouraging the accused killers run from the law. This Facebook Live video titled, "They Said Moochie Hiding in This Hotel," is just the latest in the social media frenzy over Dayonte Resiles' escape from the Broward County Courthouse on Friday. Resiles, whose nickname is Moochie, was not at this Fort Lauderdale motel. The manager saying someone called in a tip, so deputies had to check it out. Meanwhile, the hashtag #RunMoochieRun has gained attention as people jokingly refer to him as El Moochie, after the legendary drug lord El Chapo.
Hey, from around here, then don't come. No. Where I'm from, them just go dumb. Always on the road, getting to the door. Gotta make a little something. I can settle down, bitch, I'm young. Don't try to jump, I got a gun. If them crackers slide, boy, you better hide. Or better yet, just run. Run, Moochie, run, Moochie, run.
I made the song like right on the spot. As soon as I heard about it, put it out, and it immediately received a lot of feedback, positive feedback. People were on Twitter tweeting about it. I had people already making videos, saying, "Run, Moochie, run."
That kind of went viral when he escaped the courtroom. I think that just speaks to a larger issue that we have here locally when it comes down to police lying and covering up crimes, and really incriminating Black people for crimes that they didn't commit.
I just feel like that's a sense of, a loyalty, and you're down for the cause, because they probably tired of police brutality, because around that time, that's when people were getting shot by the police.
Let's say you knew where he was right now. Honestly, would you tell me?
I tell you?
Yeah, that's what I asked.
Probably not.
I appreciate that. That's keeping it real right there.
A man has been committed of a brutal murder, and yet his whole community stands behind him and supports him. They could very well just delete him and just say, you know what, but they support him.
So far, so good, They didn't catch him yet, so I don't know. I don't really know exactly what he's going through and why he's on the run, but, I hope everything works out for the best,
And tonight we are learning that the reward has now doubled from $10,000 after a donation. It is now at $20,000. If you have any information, call Broward Crime Stoppers at 954-493-TIPS.
The first tips received by the sheriff's office were from Deonte's own supporters, designed to throw off the investigators. But as time went on, the sheriff's office increased the reward money and put more pressure on the potential informants to talk, and the tips got more specific.
I was supposed to meet him at a hotel. And
And what were you gonna do? Why were you gonna contact you at the motel? Because Moochie says a lot of shit to a lot of people and it never follows through. So go ahead and tell me why. Why is he gonna meet you at the motel, and why after he's on the run is he gonna hook back up with you?
He was supposed to get some money.
Okay.
One of his cousins asked me, can I take her to go drop him off a couple of items? And she just said, can I please take her? So I took her, we dropped him off a wig and some contacts over to a residence where he was located at.
And how certain are you that the person who you met with there was Moochie?
100%.
Did you have any conversation with him?
Yes, he walked to my car.
How close would you say you came face to face with Moochie?
Close enough to kiss.
Okay. Why do you think that was? Why would he need those clothes?
They was getting ready to leave for Orlando.
Okay. And do you know the cousin's name?
Yes, Francine.
Be very, very careful. You understand how big your situation is. Yeah. You're here in handcuffs, in shackles, about to go to jail on a very, very serious charge. No, on a very, very serious charge.
Chance, sir.
I gave you 60 minutes worth of chances. You took 3 of those Neverlands.
Please, listen to me.
Tell me where Moochie is.
More than a half-dozen co-conspirators of friends and family members who have all since been arrested for their roles in the elaborate escape.
So 5 days after Dayonte's escape, the Broward County Sheriff's Office had 7 people in custody, but they still had no clue as to where Dayonte was hiding.
This was tremendously embarrassing for them. I remember the reward for information was $20,000 right out of the gate or something like that. You have murders where the initial reward is $3,000. So the fact that they put $20,000 out there right off the bat told you they wanted this kid badly, and they were very embarrassed by it.
My advice to him would voluntarily surrender right now. I don't want anything happening to him, and I don't want anything happening to any innocent third person.
A wanted man is on the run today, and the reward for help in finding him has been raised. $50,000 is now being offered for anyone who can help police find Dayonte Resiles.
The police are really hoping that this extra cash will lead to his recapture.
This is America. Money talks. People have a price. Resiles himself later said it was an uncle who led police to him for the reward.
Every day, I was only sleeping for like 30 minutes to an hour the most. You know, when you're there, you're so nervous. You're nervous, like, every time that door shut, door snap, you're nervous, you're rushing, trying to see what's going on, and then leaving. It just was a scary thing.
Copy that, I go. Proceed with caution. 10-4.
Open and clear. We have a visual. Repeat, we have a visual.
I had so many red dots on me, Sam, you would have thought I had chickenpox. So I thought it was going to kill me. I stood there, like, waiting for it to happen, but it never happened. Because I thought I was going to die. Before I walked out, I prayed and I said, if I'm going to die, don't let it be that long, or don't allow me to suffer that long. Just let it be quick, because I thought I was going to die. I didn't think I was going to make it back here. I didn't believe none of that. I just thought they was going to kill me.
He came out of the room. He surrendered without incident. He laid on the ground. He allowed us to handcuff him. No force was necessary.
Have you shared any words with him?
I just looked at him and he said, Sheriff's here.
A murder suspect who escaped from the Broward County Courthouse is back behind bars after deputies caught 21-year-old Dayonte Resiles hiding out at a Days Inn in West Palm Beach.
Yeah, when I came back, for the first time, I was able to get a good night's sleep, because I never sleep past the hour or 30 minutes. So when they finally caught me and I came in here, I was able to sleep for hours. I was able to speak, and I was all right. But because I didn't have to worry no more, I didn't have to worry about the police coming or me being shot or me doing this, I was all right.
Because they don't have anything, they was hoping that was gonna happen, that he would be killed out there. Case over, case solved, and the real murder still out free. But God had another plan. Oh my goodness.
I thought he was already gone far away, so I'm like, oh yeah, they may not ever find him. I thought he went to another country, but he only made it for West Palm Beach, and I'm like, I thought he had like a greater plan, like you already had everything in place to go far away. I thought he was in Haiti somewhere. I don't know.
Dayonte Resiles may be the most closely guarded inmate in Broward County, but he still has a right to pen and paper, and that's what he used to write this letter to Judge Rag Singhal. I want to apologize for escaping from your courtroom, Resiles writes. I hope you don't take it personal. I felt I was at a dead end with nowhere to turn to. I tried to appeal to everyone to prove to them I was innocent, but my voice went unheard. When I escaped, my whole reason was to gather enough info on my case to prove my innocence, he writes.
Now he's going to be charged with escape. And escape is in Florida is punishable by a maximum sentence of 15 years. So the bottom line is he has no defense to the escape charge. I mean, it's not like he didn't do it. He did it. It's on video, him running out. Now he's apprehended. So he's got to be concerned that any judge is going to give him the maximum sentence for escaping, which is 15 years.
What was a stronger case for us because of our client's desperation became a weaker case for us. With him trying to escape, anytime that you try to flee from police or flee prosecution, they're able to use that against you at trial as consciousness of guilt. Even though it happened way after the crime, they can tell the jury, you know, innocent people don't run away, innocent people don't flee, innocent people don't try to escape prosecution. They try to show that they didn't do anything wrong.
The value I saw in the escape is the lengths he went to organize it. Someone who is capable of organizing, even though he knows that he's going to involve people who are potentially going to get in trouble for helping him and doesn't care, just goes ahead and does it, that's someone who's capable of doing anything for themselves. And I think that relates to someone who's capable of killing somebody because they're about to get caught.
A murder suspect who escaped from the Broward County Courthouse faced a judge in the same courtroom where he broke out of his handcuffs and took off. This time, 21-year-old Dayonte Resiles was guarded by a team of armed deputies. Resiles' brother, family, and friends packed the courtroom wearing shirts "Innocence until proven guilty."
He mouthed a message to his family in the courtroom that didn't sit well with the many deputies guarding the door. Resiles' brother was escorted out of the hearing, and Resiles' family left court defending his choice to run, saying he's been wrongly accused of killing Jill Sue in her Davie home back in 2014.
No, we're not saying that. We're saying, like, y'all clearly know he escaped from the courthouse, but he's not the murderer.
I think he's innocent, and I believe he deserves a fair trial. They just want a closed case, so they pinned that on him. I believe he was framed.
You know how many black boys, sitting in jail like that? Right. You don't get support like this, especially like where he come from, and you don't get an outpour of support like that. He got his auntie that been, Lele been sticking in there from day one. That got to be God.
Harry said, hey, my brother would never do something like that. Me and him break into houses before, and if the house is occupied, we run to hell out of there. Right. We're not gonna go attack somebody. I mean, which burglar, walks in there and attack somebody like that? They want to lock this black kid up because they know that woman's son killed her. They know it's the boy.
Yeah, even when the first detective was on the scene, he was willing to say he'll put his whole career on it if it's not the son.
Exactly. So
he said, I bet it's the son who did it, but I mean, it just didn't make any sense to me. And you just this one black boy, you going into that's like any white person come over here. I mean, you sit out. Yeah. We gonna see you. I mean, everybody gonna see you. I don't care who you is. You go anywhere around here, you gonna see you. Now, this one black boy going this whole big community and don't nobody see him. He go in there and leave and don't nobody see him. Oh, there he is talking about Dayonte.
me and my mom was sitting at the dinner table and his mugshot popped up. She said, oh, I remember this kid from 2014, you know, this lady got murdered. It was such a gruesome murder. And I don't, you know, he didn't do it. I don't think he did it.
She followed up the story because there was a lot of other, you know, information on the story. And a lot of it was coming from Dayonte's family. And they invited her to the court hearing, which she attended, and that's the first time she saw him.
And it was a really good connection that I made with his aunt and his brother. And then one day, his cousin called and said, hey, Moochie says that he wants to see you and he wants you to come to the jail. So we met up and then we ended up going to see Dayonte. So I was watching him the whole time, like every move that everything that he did, like the way he held the phone, everything. I was watching him, like analyzing him, you know, see if I could kind of read him. One visit turned into like every other week, once a week, and then twice a week. So I spent a lot of time talking to him on the phone, and I visited him.
She didn't waste any time. Like the first thing she said, I have something I think I have something I need to tell you. So when she said that, you are like, being a man, you already know what that leads up to. It could only mean one or two things. It's something bad or it's something good. But being that I don't know her or I didn't know her or whatever, it couldn't have been nothing bad. So I knew what was coming afterwards. And then she told me, I think I like you. And then from there, she just became my lady. And then like the loyalty that she gave me, the love and affection she showered me with, like I lost my sense of proportion. Like I just fell for her or whatever. It was crazy, but she's a wonderful woman. She's actually, if I'm gonna be honest, like I don't deserve her because she's too good for me.
And then they would write letters. She would send him a lot of pretty cards, and she sent him love cards and, you know, nice things to emotionally get him, you know, away from all the difficulty he was struggling with in there, because jail is not an easy life. She did that to make him feel better, to help him emotionally.
Like she gave me a purpose. Like my daughter gives me a purpose of living and breathing and fighting, but Crystal enhanced the purpose, like drove me and motivated me, and like in so many ways she kept me grounded or whatever, because it's one thing of having that person in your ear that's repeatedly like, you need to get yourself together. I'm here with you. Why you keep pushing me away? Because in the beginning of our relationship, it was a power struggle. I'm always constantly pushing her away. Like I'm just not prone to trusting people like that because I've been betrayed, or I'm not, like she's trying to give me love, but I'm refusing. Like I'm all right, because it's just like the stuff that I've been through. But she never gave up. She always like, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere.
I love Dayonte. There's nothing that I wouldn't do for him. I wouldn't do anything. There's nothing that I wouldn't do. And people they'll say like, oh, you don't even know him. You never touched him. So how can you fall in love with him? I don't know. To me, it's a spiritual thing. It's more spiritual than anything else.
She never knew me. Like we never touched each other's hands. We never kissed each other. Like we never shared a kiss, but we shared the emotions. We shared the conversation, and we shared the connection. You don't have to necessarily touch a person. All you have to do is share a sense of affection or words with a person. Like love doesn't have a set time when you fall in love or how you fall in love. Like a lot of people fall in love in mysterious ways. Like it's not no set standard of how you fall in love and who you fall in love with. It just sort of happens organically.
This is not normal behavior. I'm aware of that. People don't just meet somebody and just will do anything for them. I'm aware. And it might be kind of crazy to some people. Maybe I am crazy, I don't know. Only God knows why I became a part of his life.
Billboard release Justice for Moochie.
The billboard posted outside Broward Sheriff's headquarters claims there are 2 victims, obviously Jill Halliburton Sue, found slashed to death in her Davie home in 2014. But also, they argue, the then 19-year-old man who police say left his DNA on the murder weapon and inside the victim's house.
The Broward Sheriff's Office is the one county agency, the one city agency that can say, we have the power to stop this. We have the power to show somebody else committed this crime. His supporters wanted the sheriff to see it.
Felix, do you want us on the sidewalk or straight to you? Straight to him. Pretend he's not there. Just walk right past him. Don't stop in front, or we'll have to do this again.
Okay, I got you.
I'm tired of walking.
I understand. Me too.
What got you so interested in this cause?
Tony, it's been so many people, so many of our people that have just been railroaded through the justice system. It's just not fair, and it continues to happen day after day. It's a lot of court cases, a lot of people that's in jail right now, a lot of people of color, black people, that's in jail for the crimes they did commit.
But prosecutors will also point to his daring escape from the courthouse as evidence of consciousness of guilt. If he was innocent, why escape?
Let's be honest about our public defense system, it sucks. I mean, that's everywhere around the country. It's horrible. It's really horrible. I mean, you got these public defense lawyers, they got like probably 20 cases that they handle, and they just can't get to everybody. They just can't do a job effective enough. And he doesn't have the financial means to hire his own personal attorney. So when you're going through those factors and they're trying to give you the death penalty and everything, I mean, he has a fighting soul. He has the spirit of our ancestors. He's gonna fight. So let me get up out of here, let me try to fight, and let me try to prove my own innocence, because I don't believe my defense attorneys is doing the best job I believe that they can do.
Well, thank you for coming out here. I know it was hard for you to get out.
Tony, I appreciate you giving us this opportunity. I really do appreciate that.
I want to get all sides of every story.
Exactly.
I'm glad you were able to come out. What do you do for a living?
I drive trucks.
They're having an event at this park on this day. So if you can come out, it would be good for your sport. But if you cannot make it and you have Instagram or Facebook, you can go to Justice for Moochie and like the page.
I spoke to Kia and Chris. They told me it was on the news on NBC6. I didn't get to see it, but on social media, everybody was going crazy about it. They tell them, oh, Moochie got a billboard, and everybody just talks about it, but it's a good thing, man.
They don't have enough evidence against him, so they can't convict him for that. It's all a setup. All they care about is a conviction rate. If you really look into the case, you'll see it yourself. It doesn't take like a rocket scientist to figure it out. This is all a setup.
It's a good thing. It's a blessing. I'm thankful, because just not having your voice heard for so long and not able to tell people, tell them how you feel from your standpoint, it's not no easy experience.
Yeah, thumbs up for that boy Moochie. Here, boy, come out and support, okay? Come out and support, come out and support.
Like I explained one time I spoke to Kia, all I'm asking them is for them to believe the fact. The facts stand alone. There's no way that you could go around and manipulate it or twist it or turn or whatever. The facts stand firm. But I have faith and I have belief in good coming from it all. It's good to have a voice and people speaking out on your behalf and speaking about the truth of who you are, what you stand for, and stuff like that. I need everybody to just justice for Moochie, free Moochie, justice for Moochie, justice for Moochie, free Moochie.
I was angry. I was very, very shocked. I was very angry. How dare they put my wife's and her murderer's face right next to each other and claim his innocence? How dare. I really miss her a lot. We lived for more than 34, 35 years together. We don't have to say much. We kind of know what the other people feel and think. No matter what, love them, be kind to them. If you can help them. That's really her motto. She always volunteer something to help people. The first one she did is in Cambodia. She was working at the refugee camp for United Nations High Commission for Refugee, helping the Cambodian refugee escaping the Khmer Rouge genocide. And after that, she come back to San Francisco. She was working for the Southeast Asian Refugee Resettlement Program. So she's always volunteering something. At the time of her death, she was volunteering for an organization called Insight for Blind, which is to read the newspaper or articles, newspaper, magazine type of thing, record it, and to visually impair people to be able to access those news. As a matter of fact, that afternoon of the day she was killed, she was supposed to go there.
The police came and talked to me and wanted to question me about how he got a handcuff key. So I sat down and talked to him. I said, you know, are you kidding me? I'm going to give up 30 years of practice to give a client a handcuff key. I said, you better start looking within the jail because that's got to be where it came from.
How do you steal a handcuff key when you're always cuffed? How do you steal it? You wait till one of the deputies go to sleep and then you do it the other way, or you take a bone and you tie it to the end of a string and you want the dog to bring you the keys and that's the way you do it. That's how we're doing it now to get the jail cuff key.
Broward Sheriff's Office quickly initiated an investigation as to how this happened. Where did he get the key? That was never determined. You know, was it a deputy who was in corrections had lost her key a few months before?
The sheriff's office believes that Dayonte found a handcuff key on the ground, and that's how he undid his handcuffs and got out. That seems totally unrealistic to me.
It just don't, oh, I lost my key, all right, we'll just order another key. That don't happen like that. It doesn't happen like that, especially on the floor that he's on. That's the lockdown floor. That's where all the murderers and all the terrible people are who have committed crimes are on that floor. You're not gonna lose a cuff key up there and just let it go. No, that ain't gonna happen.
And now newly obtained search warrant records indicate Resiles used his Facebook account while in jail to help coordinate the escape. Detective Timothy Metz wrote in the warrant application that during multiple jail calls, Resiles informs people he is speaking with that he occasionally accesses Facebook by using a BSO employee's cell phone to do so. Now, I spoke with Resiles attorney Don Williams today. He said he didn't know if a BSO cell phone was used during the escape. As for Resiles, he remains in the Broward County Jail without bond.
There were only 2 deputies, by the way, that were disciplined on this. And one of them was a guy named Donnell Harper. He was a longtime deputy. They disciplined him for not calling out Resiles on the ripped pants. Now, his punishment for this was, I believe he was dinged 8 hours without pay. And then there was another longtime deputy who apparently did not search Resiles at the other side properly. There were not more people disciplined. I mean, it was only those 2 deputies. At the end of the day, the big investigation for what went wrong says, oh, all these things went wrong, but no one's actually responsible.
We all gotta just take this L. He escaped and he got away. Leave it at that. Let's just charge him. As far as the internal investigations, let's just leave that alone. And they don't work like that there. They don't work like that at all. BSO will come after their own. They will come after their own. I've seen it several times. And why they haven't come after their own on this one? Maybe it's politics.
Sheriff Scott Israel pointed part of the blame at the Broward County Commission, claiming a lack of funds prevented him from manning the courthouse with as many armed deputies as he would have liked. He says only 15 deputies were on duty to protect the courthouse at the time of the escape.
I've been battling with Broward County for 3 years now, asking for adequate staffing for a courthouse that was understaffed from the day I became sheriff of Broward County.
This is while people are looking for someone they believe is armed and dangerous. This is after that traumatic courthouse event. And that's what you hear from your sheriff, is they should have given me more money.
Coverage continues with the battle brewing between Sheriff Scott Israel and the county commission. Today, Israel demanded more money for his age of agency, even before addressing the manhunt.
He actually said that you and the commission care more about money than you do about lives.
It's
It's a blatant, outright, and it's an insult, but it's a lie too. It doesn't bother me in the least. It shows me how weak he is. Why would he talk about money when this is about saving lives and getting this suspect back under their supervision?
The theory is that they needed and they wanted more deputies at the courthouse. Courthouse told them no. So in theory, if someone was to escape or an attempt an escape, then it would show that they need more deputies. That's all I can say about it. That's just my theory. I mean, why would you help them? Why would you do it? You gotta have something to gain from it.
I'm telling you, man, I was just doing a favor for a favor, man. They needed.
So who's the favor to?
Yes, they say they needed to help the guy get the money for the courthouse. I was just helping them out, man.
All right. Are we done?
Yeah, we're done. I want to talk to Scott, man.
Yeah.
That's what I want to talk to.
Scott likes to talk to people who talk the truth.
Hey, maybe I'll probably reconsider and talk the truth to the big guy, man. I love that guy, man.
All right.
Well, when you get a chance and you tell him, man, tell him I said I would love to speak with him, man. Politic with him a little bit, man. Even if I could get 5 minutes out of his time, I just love to talk to him.
I doubt it.
Do I believe that? I would be skeptical. I would want to know more. I think that you should always be skeptical in these situations. Is it true? We don't know.
There's a lot to that story or whatever, because a lot of people don't understand the full story and everything behind it or whatever. But it's a lot to the case and a lot to the matter. But like when it's time for trial, everything that the people don't know about the whole escape, the case, and then everything, it'll be out for everybody to have an understanding of all that stuff.
Did Dayonte explain to you how he escaped?
I can't discuss that with you. That'd be attorney-client privilege.
Okay.
Put it out my way.
So what you doing now?
Honestly, me and my old girl, we bumping heads. So I've been out here on the street trying to find a little something.
But just stay positive. Keep your head up.
Oh yeah, got to.
Just know, say, everything is for a time and a season.
Absolutely.
And when your new season come in, you got to be ready to walk through the door.
I'm trying to tell you.
You can't be playing with it.
Yeah. How it happened was, I got arrested in like August. Then I got transferred to the main jail, and I ended up being his roommate. So I spent 4 months with him, and during the 4 months, he escaped. Oh, everybody know he ain't do it. Everybody, that's the word. We grew up breaking in houses and stuff. Killing it, we don't kill. We just want money and material things. We're not looking for any violence.
How y'all lovely people doing today? All right. I'm Day, better known as Richard. Moochie's big brother, Shay Shay's oldest son. Y'all applaud her, this lady here. Even though everything was going on, she did her best to raise all 4 of her kids. Yeah, let that be known, because they make it seem like people don't got control of their household, so this mama did everything she needed to do.
We have to let them know we know how to stand up. Not lean, sit down, bend over, squirt, do whatever they think that's all we good for, black or white. You know what I'm saying? We can't change the color of our skin. Can my skin speak for me? I got to speak for my skin.
You come to TV, it's the same story, just another face. Another name, and another victim. And we shouldn't wait for Netflix or whoever to tell the story before we get serious about the situation. Because after Moochie, it's gonna be another Moochie, and another Moochie, and another Moochie.
That's why I tell all my black brothers, you gotta stand up. You gotta stand up, you gotta fight for what you believe for. You gotta tell them people, all them dead, they dead. All them scared, they dead. That's from back in the day. We're a whole new generation. You're another generation of black men. We ain't folding for all this. We ain't standing for nothing like that. Our black women, we gotta protect them all. We gotta protect our kids. Because when they put you like that, that's why when somebody touch your family, you have nothing to lose. It is what it is. That's why I say, all my young black brothers, anybody, you gotta stand up. You gotta stand up for your family.
You be his judge, you be his lawyer, oh Lord, and you come and you touch and agree with everybody, oh Lord, that you free him. You bring justice, oh Lord, for the lady that has life has already been rendered in the name of Jesus. I touch and agree with everybody here. We don't all know the facts of this case, and it's not our job, but we're here for one purpose, because God touched each and every one of our hearts and brought us here today. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, we close this thing out and we turn it out in peace. In the name of Jesus. Amen.
I love that. Woo, that's gonna go next. 1, 2, 3.
Free Moochie!
Natalia, that rally just wrapped up here behind me a few moments ago. Several supporters of Dayonte Resiles say they were here to bring attention to his case because they just cannot believe that he would do something like this.
I already have my own plans, what I'm going to do for you. If anything should happen, we're just going to have to keep fighting and keep fighting. And the more time goes by, the better I will become. Action speaks louder than words. So I could show you better than I could tell you. And like, you just met me. It's been 5 months, going on 6, that we've been in each other's life. But I'm not going anywhere, ever.
Yeah, I hope it's true. I really feel like I'm too young to be feeling this old. Like, I don't even feel like I'm 22. I feel like I'm fucking 50 years old. And I have to carry so much weight around. And it's like...
Yeah. It's a bigger purpose. Like, God has a bigger plan for you. You're going through this for a reason. And it's not going to last. This is not your life. This is not your destination. This is just a tunnel that you're going through, like a dark valley that you're going through, and you will go through that. You're going through it now, and you will come through it, and it's going to be very bright.
Yeah, right. But how long will you actually be there?
Forever, until we fight to get you out. I will be there for you forever until the end.
I love you, though.
I love you too.
Dayonte Resiles' tangled web of alleged accomplices grew early this morning with the arrests of 8 people.
Used 8 different people to help him escape. Fast forward another year, he used 8 additional people to help him formulate this criminal enterprise.
33-year-old Crystal Isaacs of Fort Lauderdale had never met Resiles before his escape. She began writing him letters and visiting him in jail in August 2016. She's accused of acting as a go-between for Resiles and others, of passing bribe money onto a detention deputy, and of manipulating Resiles' Facebook page.
His murder case, the case against him, was clearly strengthened by the investigation that our Public Corruptions Unit and the State Attorney's Office has done over the past year, and we look forward to the day when prosecution begins.
I heard really, really loud noises outside. It sounded like a football field, and I opened my eyes a little bit, and I seen a tank. I didn't really know if I was dreaming or I wasn't fully awake. I heard the door be broken to pieces, like they were breaking it down, and then I heard my brother's voice, and he said, no, my hands are up, please don't shoot.
You're in some trouble today, I'll be honest with you. Your association with Dayonte is problematic.
And I was like, what the fuck is this? What is going on? This is crazy. I still didn't understand. He read my charges, and I did not understand what he was saying.
Crystal Isaacs is accused of acting as a go-between for Resiles and others, of passing bribe money onto a detention deputy, and of manipulating Resiles' Facebook page.
Resiles gave the deputy a handwritten letter saying that he wanted to get a cell phone into the jail. The deputy did the right thing. He came forward. We initiated a proactive investigation. And at that point, we started to monitor him.
We gave him a phone to use, and we were listening to the phone, myself and the FBI.
That deputy got him a wiretapped phone, and investigators say phone calls and text messages trapped 8 other suspects in the crime.
Saturday will be 1 year since his escape, this Saturday, 1 year anniversary. He brought down 8 more people on this new thing he's got going on.
Resiles allegedly enlisted the group to help lie and cover for him to authorities.
And his current case has to do with trying to get people to lie for him in court.
The operation was dubbed Rico Suave, deputies say, because of how Resiles was able to charm others into helping him.
He screwed a lot of people's lives up that conspired and agreed to do things. So
his murder case, the case against him, was clearly strengthened by the investigation that our Public Corruptions Unit and the State Attorney's Office has done over the past year, and we look forward to the day when prosecution begins.
A judge added 37 new charges to Resiles' record, bringing the grand total to 70. He's already being held without bond for the murder and escape charges against him, so there's really no chance he could be released from jail.
And last year we had Mr. Resiles escape and then get apprehended, which complicated the case or made it harder for him. And now they have filed a RICO case, which basically concerns him trying to fabricate an alibi.
According to the affidavit, Dayonte is brought into jail. Dayonte sees there is a new officer on the block, Mr. G. Does Dayonte know that Mr. G is a new officer on the block? We don't know. The affidavit knows. The affidavit says Dayonte knows there's a new officer on the block, and he wanted to test the new officer.
I was doing my 30-minute check. I looked directly in his flap to see if he was okay. And he looked at me. He was sitting on his bed, and then he said, "G, can you get that for me?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" He was like, "What's on the flap?" I said, "Okay, no problem." So I took the note, I put it in my pocket, and I finished my 30-minute round, and I went into the control room.
And the note says, "Hey, they tell me you're a good guy. They tell me I can trust you."
So I'm looking at a copy right here of a note that was passed to you on December 6th. It's basically addressed to you. He calls you brah, B-R-A, and then he basically is stroking your ego and seems to be grooming you to be somebody that he needs to help him. Is that how you get it too?
Absolutely.
Mr. G, according to the affidavits, takes it to his supervisors, and they say, "Aha, they must be psychic too," because they realize, hey, we think he's testing you out. So we think you should play along. They're such psychics. They didn't know either. They were all surprised. Play along. Maybe we hit the jackpot. Maybe he's really trying to escape. So Mr. G cultivates a relationship with Dayonte.
He doesn't really lay out too much with you. He just says in this particular letter that he had a phone before, he calls it a line, but the phone was taken from him, and it sounds as if he's laying the groundwork to get a phone brought in, correct?
Mm-hmm. So what do? Another one says, why don't we come up with a plan to put a telephone in his hand, our phone, and he will think he has a private line, and we monitoring everything. So now we're monitoring both the jail phone and his private phone. What a wonderful country. Let's do that. And that's what they did. So now, how do we accomplish this task? Did you see that hot, smoking, pretty lady who came to see him the other day? I think that's his girlfriend. Yeah. Let's use that pretty girl.
Hello, hey, is this Crystal?
Yes.
Moochie want me to give you something.
What is it?
It's a letter.
And what's your name?
My name is Deputy G.
Deputy?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
This don't even seem right. Deputy, you're not going to arrest me, are you?
No, I'm not going to arrest you. It's nothing to be worried about. It's nothing to be nervous about. It's not, no, it's none of that. I just got to get that to you because it's for you to help him out with his charge. You just got to do what the paper says. I don't know what it says. You just got to go ahead and do that.
Okay.
I'm up my way to Brown Mall, so can we meet up in 30 minutes, 20 minutes?
So when I met with him, he got off his car and he walked up to me and he goes, "Damn, you are beautiful." And I said, "Thank you." Then he walked to the front of his car, kind of leaned on it a little bit, and he goes, "Here, this is the letter." And he goes, "I didn't read it."
Crystal reads the letter. She thinks it's something to do with the rings. So she took it and walked to sat in her car and read it. No ring? What is this? So took to Mr. G. What is this?
I was expecting a ring. And he goes, "So you have the phone?" I was like, "The phone? You want to use my phone? I have my phone." He goes, "No, you're supposed to give me a phone." And I said, "I don't know." He said, "Okay, well, do you have the money for the phone?" I said, "No, I don't know what you're talking about. Dayonte never told me anything about money for the phone or nothing like that. The only thing that Dayonte ever asked me for money was money to get the car out the pound." And he goes, "Oh, well, I guess car must have been code for phone." That's what he said.
They tried to get Crystal to buy a Dayonte phone. Thank God, she didn't. Somehow they managed and succeeded through somebody else or whoever else they worked on to get a phone to Dayonte. A phone that they had hooked up, a phone that they were monitoring completely, and that was the phone Dayonte was calling everybody, including Crystal, about. So Mr. G tells Crystal, "Listen, you didn't buy the phone when we wanted you to buy the phone. Now he managed to get the phone, but we got to pay the bills." Then started harassing her for money.
I told him already.
He told you what already?
And he was like, "Hey, Crystal, I paid the phone bill, so don't worry about it, and we'll just meet up later on in the week to get the money, so I can pick the money up." And I said, "Okay." So thank you very much. He was like, "No problem." I think it's $35. Should I give him extra?
I don't see the point of giving him extra.
Okay.
Her judgment was so impaired is that at one point she got her mother involved because she was unavailable to make the payment to the guard. And the guard met with her. And of course, when the guard would meet with anybody, he was recorded.
She said to me, "Dayonte needs commissary. Can you take her to the jail because she's busy, she had to go to work?" I said, "Yeah." Then she calls me later on and she said, "Don't worry, you don't have to go to the jail. The deputy is going to be over here at the mall. You can give him the money and he'll do it."
Okay. You look just like Crystal. You do. Or she look like you. Let me say that.
It's like her dad. How are you doing?
I'm fine. How you doing?
All right.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, you're welcome. As soon as I gave him the money, he goes, "Oh, yeah, here's the phone that I bought." I said, "Phone? I don't know anything about a phone."
Yeah. I got this. The phone I give him.
Don't show me. All I know is that you get some money for the food for him to eat.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we're going to feed him, and that's all. I mean, he's my friend, and I want to feed him. That's all I know.
That's it. Okay, no problem. Just like Crystal.
So her mom contributing $30 supposedly for a phone bill for Dayonte. Her mom got charged too. Yes, the mother.
That's how it normally goes, right? They go after your mother or your wife or your kids. So yeah, I was targeted because they wanted to hurt him. I feel heartbroken. I feel like they tore us apart from each other. I don't think it's right.
As pretty as she is, she's very feeble and very insecure and easily influenceable.
When guys go to jail, they tell you they're gonna marry you tomorrow. Because obviously you have more to offer them than they have to offer you. But don't get so wrapped up. You have a child, you have your own life, you have a career. Maybe she was seeking love and he's very, what's the word I'm looking for? What do they call men that, not a gentleman, but men that sweep women off their feet with their words. That's the kind of person he is.
I haven't gotten everything yet, but the allegation is that he called up a number of his friends on the cell phone and discussed with them creating an alibi for himself that he was out of town in Georgia when the murder occurred.
Listen, though, are you going to be there for my trial date when I go to trial?
When is your trial date?
It's going to be coming up in a couple months or whatever, but all I need you to do is just come there and basically, like, tell about, okay, I know he was in Georgia from the 3rd, and then I came back on the 9th when I had picked you up from your doctor's appointment.
Wait, hold on. I got to miss work?
I don't know what day it is, but if so, shit, I'm going to need you to do that for me, shit. If you do got to miss work, whatever you going to make that day, I'll pay you.
His effort to craft the alibi was part of what led police to believe even more firmly that he had committed the Halliburton Sue murder.
He doesn't come out and say to people, I want you to lie for me. If you read the letters and you listen to the calls, he's very sophisticated about how he goes about it. Because, asking somebody to lie for you is a big thing. That's not the way he goes about it. He says, no, I need you to tell them this because then I'll get to go home.
I'm going to really need your help, okay?
Okay.
I already spoke to them and I spoke to everybody. I'm going to need you there as a witness, basically, because I need you to just tell them about you knowing that I was in Georgia because we stayed in contact on social media and on the phone and stuff, whatever. I need you for that reason.
Okay.
But I'll pay you for it. I got you, but I really need you to do that for me.
He had convinced a new girlfriend with whom he had spent no time out of jail, but she joined him in this effort.
Anyways, go on my page.
You want me to go on your page?
Yeah, I need you to go on there. Go all the way back to 2014.
Which part? Where in 2014 you want?
September. Now, go back up to the one when I say might be leaving Georgia early.
Might be leaving Atlanta early. Things went good with the power of the Father.
Yeah, that one, I just don't want to get the wrong interpretations. I need you to delete that for me.
You said delete it?
Yeah, delete the post from off my wall.
Okay.
Just delete it.
Okay.
If he was in the Atlanta area, it was before the murder, and he was back in South Florida before the murder. They did some sophisticated cell phone tracking on his cell phone, and they were able to show, quite frankly, I think it coming down the expressway as he made his way south. So they bolstered the Davie investigation and the BSO investigation by this whole new cell phone analysis, placing his cell phone in South Florida when this happened, placing his cell phone not far from the murder scene. So this whole new plan of trying to create a defense has actually resulted in the murder case being strengthened, not only by the evidence of he's trying to fabricate a defense, but physical evidence in terms of cell phone analysis.
The fact that he had escaped and gotten caught and is still trying to manipulate circumstances, I think, again, goes to support why someone who's just committing a burglary would kill somebody. This is a guy who will do anything to get himself out of trouble.
Whether he did the homicide or not is sort of irrespective to this. He did sucker these people into committing serious crimes on his behalf. You know, they're all going to be in real trouble. And that ability to be persuasive, to be manipulative, to be charming, and to be unconcerned about the ramifications of that for this other person is consistent with psychopathy. We call this officially antisocial personality disorder, which in many ways misleads people because it sounds like these folks are loners, but in fact, they love people, you know. That doesn't mean he committed the homicide, but he definitely did this, you know, this sort of scenario.
I hate to admit this, his faces are really cute. He have this what I call puppy eyes. Have a little white eye underneath it. And if you're looking down, looking up to you, it's a puppy expression. Face is round, disproportionate big eyes, big forehead. Those are the human baby future that if you look at Disney character, they all have that characteristic and evoke the emotion, oh my God, I have to embrace you because you're so cute. He carried that. I'm sure he knew that since he was little, and he could use that expression and his talk into manipulating people into what he wanted them to do.
To be honest with you, a lot of people are going to jail for some of the things that they're doing after, and not even really the crime itself that they're in jail for. And this happens to a lot of our clients that we represent. They can't help themselves. They get inside the jail, they get on the jail phone, and desperate men do desperate things.
You got to realize the things that I go through and I endure on a day-to-day basis, like, people don't realize the mental, emotional, or like the spiritual torment that I have to endure. And it's just those things that just piled up and I'm like, I have nowhere to turn. Like, it's nothing. I tried to do everything. I exhausted every remedy that I had presented before me, and it's just like I was frustrated. I was tired. Like,
And I didn't ask you before, but where were you on the day of the murder?
I can't even. To be honest with you, I don't even remember this day. Like, I can't. There's nothing significant that I can recall or think of.
Yeah, I understand.
Burglary of a dwelling is 15 years, so you got 2 of those. If you got 2 of those, that's 30, right? You got an escape, that's 15, so now you got 45 years, right? Now you got a RICO charge. Just the RICO charge is 30 years, along with there's a bunch of substantive charges. So before you even get to a conviction of a murder charge, he's potentially serving 75 to 100 years in prison. It's a tough defense, yeah. It's a tough defense, but now what it boils down to now is saving his life.
They were like, don't smile, don't look at him, keep your hands to yourself. So I told the officer, I said, I cannot tell you I'm not going to smile. Like, I'm going to start blushing when I see him. So he was like, it's okay, just don't give him any eye contact and don't, like, lift your hands up or do anything weird. So
I don't know if you see it, like when you know why I always like limp a little bit when I'm walking? They put a big electric monitor on my leg. Like if I do something, it'll shock me. Like I could defecate on myself, urinate or stuff like that. But you know, they laid out rules like, okay, you can't look in her direction, you can't do this or whatever. So I don't want to do anything or look in her direction and then they go to yelling and she gets nervous or she gets scared. But I got to see her out the corner of my eye. She looked so beautiful. Her hair done got longer, everything.
I was overjoyed when I seen him. I felt happy. I didn't think he was going to look that good, but he looks really good.
I felt the vibrations, I felt the feeling that she was transferring off, and like she has this beautiful innocence about her. And then I was just looking, I'm like, wow, like I was hurt because like it's like you being strapped and you being tied down or whatever. And you're watching a guy or some people harming your wife or your kids or whatever, and you can't do nothing about it. It kind of hurts you in your heart because knowing what she's going through or whatever, it's just a bad feeling.
Judge, if we believe our truth, then clearly both Crystal and his mom are not part of any underlying conspiracy that may have been cooked up by Mr. Dayonte Resiles. Dayonte's case is the master case. Massive. It's several cases rolled in one. There is the murder case, and then there are whatever other small burglaries was involved in it. So we're trying to extricate ourselves from that case and take care of Crystal's case and her mom's case separately. The conspiracy, whatever it is, we're not part of it. And I'm proving to you, we're not part of anybody's conspiracy. That goes to the strength of the case. Next, I'm saying, because we're not part of any conspiracy, you need to give us bail. Why should we sit around while you are trying to figure out, are we with this conspiracy or that conspiracy? Leave her out.
I enjoyed representing him, but I knew he was impatient, and I knew that once I got involved in that other murder trial, that he was not gonna be satisfied, and I don't know that I would be either, with me saying I'll see you in a couple of years, because I'm in court on another murder case. So. Mike Orlando, he's a very dedicated lawyer, and he's also assisted by Alari, and they formed a very good defense team.
Because it sits on the island. That's an island.
What do you mean an island?
The whole community. This is the whole community here.
Oh, I see.
So it sits on this island, and you can't get in.
It's like a peninsula.
Right.
So the whole thing is surrounded by canals.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't understand. I mean, let's face it, it can't be over here.
No.
So they're either saying it had to be here or this side.
Right.
Somebody was alleging like he would get a suit on or something and go through neighborhoods and all that. So, I mean, that's not the same as drudging through a backyard.
Right.
So you can't have it both ways. You can't claim that his MO
is going in a suit.
Going in a suit, you know, looking like a nice, proper person, and then when no one's home, breaking in versus, you know, trudging through everybody's backyard discreetly.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure where all that information comes from, but I know that it was conveyed to me.
Yeah.
It might have been through Don.
It could have been. I think Don was saying that too, that he was. How does he get through the backyard? Like, did he go knock on the door to see if someone was home or anything like that? He was like, well, no, he has an MO in some of his other burglaries. And I was like, okay, but the MO doesn't fit this one, right? And he was like, no. I was like, okay, that's good for us, right? He was like, yeah, okay. So, you know, he would have had to come in through those yards, all the way down and jump all those gates. I find it hard to believe that someone would have went, killed someone, and after they kill someone, come up that back side of their way, running, without leaving a shred of evidence, jumping out and coming out through one of these gates. I don't know. It's like this whole incident. It's just been one impossible after another. Down this way, down that area, about 4 or 5 houses down, is the crime scene. Okay. So they would have had to either go through about 4 to 5 backyards to run through there in order to come out of these bushes to get out of there if they were going
to
by
avoid
foot.
water.
To avoid water.
Yeah.
And you still got to run through people's yards. The African-American dude is running through here, ain't nowhere in the world. Ain't nobody over here. Ain't nobody that he going through their yards, ain't gonna call the police. At that time of day, in that neighborhood. Even if you got in that way, I mean, you're gonna get grass, you're gonna get the sticker bird stuff on your shoes. Some of this stuff would have either been in the house.
So the suggestion is they were in a vehicle.
They had to be.
Now, are you in a position to give any type of opinion as to how the perpetrators would have been able to enter into the Westbridge community on September 8th, on or about September 8th, 2014?
All I can say is they didn't come in through the gatehouse in a position where I would have seen them.
He knows what the client looks like, and he did not see him there that morning, you know, so that's probably it wasn't like, well, I don't know, I wasn't paying attention. It was like, no, I did not see him.
Hi. Sorry to bother you. My name's John McVan, I'm a private investigator. Did you live here in 2014?
2014, I did.
You did, okay. So I'm hired by the criminal defense attorney on the homicide that happened down the street.
Okay.
Your white fence that goes along here, was that here then? Stuck into the water like that? It was. And was the guy behind you, the hedge, the same way too?
The hedge behind me.
Yeah, that separates your property from the next one.
That's
that also has a
my
fence.
hedge.
Oh, it
may
is your.
have been higher.
Okay, all right.
But it was there.
Okay, all right. Were you home during that day? Do you remember? Because I didn't see you ever interviewed by the police, or at least anybody from this address.
Yeah, I was here.
You
I
were?
was here. Yeah, I work out of the house. So
Oh, okay.
I'm here 90%.
Okay.
So, like, you want to talk about burglaries? Like, look, this house has the exact same door as the one that Dayonte is accused of kicking in and getting through the house. So, you're going to bypass this house to go 3 more lots? This fence looks old, too. So it doesn't make sense. That's, if you're looking through that backyard, that's a straight shot from the road. That would make more sense coming that way than it would be coming down that way, down the canal road. He was concerned about a hole in the fence that people can get through. I can jump right over this. The hole had nothing to do with it. There's a bunch of holes in the fence. But I don't need it. You just get up over here, jump in, and then you're right by the street. Well, logically, they're gonna have to say he came this way. Yeah. So where's he parked his car? All the way down to the park, which is probably a quarter of a mile, third of a mile. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna drive out of here the shortest route from West Ridge Community to where his phone hits off the cell tower at 1228, which is position number 25. So we're right here, the victim's house. So we're gonna go out here, drive north to 595, and then go east on 595 to State Road 7. The speed limit's 45 on this road. So we're at
about 11 minutes. 11:04 to get into the area, which is basically where we were. If at 12:13 he was grabbing the camera and out the door, and he sprinted probably from the house to his car, and then basically didn't really have any traffic issues, yeah, he could have got to this location. There's the point of entry where someone kicked in a sliding glass door. So Dayonte Resiles has a number of outstanding charges related to burglaries. There's one that happened in the city of Boca Raton, Florida on November 5th, 2013. And the thing that's interesting about this case is the entry to the residence is through what appears to be a back sliding glass door where it's kicked out. There's a small entrance. So he clearly went to the back of the house, kicked in that glass, and then went in.
In all of those cases, he focuses on the master bedroom and he steals jewelry because that's what he takes on all the cases. You want to see pictures of some of the stuff on his phone? Yeah, let me give you some pictures. Hold on, where do I have them? Oh, over there. All from his phone. This is what he steals. He focuses on master bedrooms and he steals jewelry because then he sells it at the swap shop. Searches for homes, fancy homes. Oh, here's more pictures of jewelry. More pictures of him with all the money, fancy homes. In 2 of the burglaries that he has, he pulled alarm panels off the wall and in one of them, put them in a tub with water in it. In another one, he put it in the sink of the bathroom and left the water running, just like he did with Mrs. Sue.
If you see in these photographs, there's close-ups, the water's running, and lo and behold, here's the alarm box. So whoever committed this burglary, who we believe was Dayonte, because we now know that the faucet handle has a blood stain on it that implicates him. Dayonte must have cut his hand somewhere during the burglary and then placed this alarm box in the master bedroom sink and then touched the faucet when he turned it on, leaving the blood stain. So it's extremely similar in Jill Sue's case, which clearly is probably some kind of means to disable the alarm in case there's a battery backup, things like that.
Their argument, in my opinion, doesn't hold because it's not a unique way of committing a burglary. To go into a home, break a window, disarm the alarm, happens in every burglary case. Most homes in South Florida have glass doors that can be easily broken. Most homes have alarms. Sometimes they have an independent battery, and the best way of messing up a battery, you don't even have to be an expert on it, is making it wet. It's not a unique thing.
They don't feed her. Some Jamaican officer who was been giving her a hard time when she went around and fed everybody else purposely did not feed Crystal. I truly believe they're trying to break her. I really believe they're trying to break her spirit. That's why I'm fighting so hard that we get the depositions so I can get out on bail. I don't know how much longer she can take it.
And the new hiccup on the RICO case is that it looks like Crystal Isaacs is going to give a proffer against our client. So in exchange for this proffer, her bond is going from, let's see, $250,000, $300,000, $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $440,000, $450,000, $470,000 to $10,000.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. So And they're going to try to say that that's not a benefit to Crystal in exchange for testifying against Dayonte, but
It's not a benefit to get out of jail.
a bond of $470,000 versus a bond of $10,000 is a big difference.
If I pled guilty, what would that mean for Dayonte? It would not be good for him. That would mean another person is against him. That's what that means. That means that everything that they accuse me of, and they're accusing Dayonte of doing with me, I would be admitting, like, yeah, it's true. They want me to help them hang him. They want me to say he's a bad person, he's a manipulator, he's dangerous. That's what they want.
We'll set Crystal Isaac for October 4th. I'm going to call that a change of plea. We'll be optimistic. And if it doesn't resolve on that date, there's a very good chance that that'll be going over to Judge Murphy. I understand.
It's huge.
Hey, Mom.
So what you told them?
Nothing. I raised heck. I got a little bit upset inside because it was some drama or whatever, but nothing. I'm here. I have to go straight to Fritz.
You have to go straight to Fritz?
Yes.
You can't come here?
No. She gave me strict instructions. She said I have to go to Fritz's house right now, and over the weekend I have to stay inside until Monday because I didn't get released in time to go across the street to meet with the ladies. So
Oh my God. So you can't even get no clothes?
no, I can't, not until Monday.
Of course I'm happy for her. Why wouldn't I be? I'm happy that she's home because I know it wasn't easy for her because I know she couldn't, at first she possibly couldn't think of how the hell I'm going to survive in jail or how I'm going to go through with it. And then I felt like it was a point in time like she probably hates me now. She doesn't want nothing to do with me because I'm like, oh, she probably feel like everybody else fucked me and all that other stuff. But I said until I hear from her, until she tells me otherwise or whatever, that's still my fiancé, that's still who I love. So
that's really fascinating to see that he did that without them having met in person, all through contact, through the correctional facility. And again, I think that speaks to, his charm, incredibly sophisticated charm with women to be able to manage to do that. As far as her, I mean, you could hear a little bit of the bewilderment herself, I think, that there's a little piece of her that feels like she got charmed in there somewhere too, and that what she's doing or what she did doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense. I feel a lot of sympathy for Crystal. She did herself a lot of damage. She looks like she's a good person. Probably would have done very well, but her life has taken a real negative turn, and whatever else he may or may not have done, Dayonte is responsible for that.
They made an offer for Crystal to plead guilty. For the 2 years or so she's been in jail, that will be time served. We're done with the case. If we plead guilty, essentially, officially, it will be like pleading guilty, but you plead no contest. If you plead no contest, if the judge withholds adjudication, then it does not enter as a guilty plea for purposes of being able to avoid being a convicted felon. And if after 2 years of fighting and recognizing the struggles we take to just get here, if that's an option you would like, I, as an attorney, I'll fight for that, and that will be part of what's on the table. And then the decision is yours.
But taking the 2 years time served, it means that I won't be able to talk to Dayonte. They want me to stay away from him. And that means that my license and everything that I worked so hard for would be in vain. Because that means I'm guilty, I would be a convicted felon. And it's not gonna be a good look for me. It's gonna be very bad. So.
We did not charge you with anything that we couldn't prove either through documents or tapes.
Why can't I see the video before trial?
Because it might have been corrupted.
Have you seen the video?
Yes, I saw it before. I tried to copy it over and over and over again. And our IT thinks it's because we tried to extract it so many times, now the video won't play.
This is funny.
What do you want? Okay, if you want to see the video, then that's it. That's the end of it. I'll go back and get ready for trial. I don't care. I just want you to know that if we go to trial and you're convicted and afterwards you go, I didn't know about it, I didn't know that I was looking at this, I'm going to say, you know what, Judge? That's bullshit. And he's going to sentence you. Then you're going to be going through the appellate process. That's why I asked you, what is it you want to do with your life? You were in jail for 2.5 years. Your son was, what, 18? Now he's, what, 21 or so? You're not our interest. I don't care about you.
I would never be involved in anything like that. I'm not that type of person.
Crystal, I've listened to the tapes, and that's not true.
What's not true?
What you just said.
What, like what?
All the charges that I have brought here were all based on the tapes. Here's what I would recommend. We'll send you the plea offer in writing. We'll give you 2 weeks, then that offer is going to expire at the end of the 2 weeks. There will not be another offer.
Okay.
And we're just going to go forward at that point, and, you know, you'll get to see the show.
I didn't like that. I didn't like it. I don't feel like it should have ever happened. I feel like I was in a cave with sharks. It was just something that should have never happened. I didn't understand the purpose. They tried to scare me, and when I asked them about the tape that would have proved that this man actually asked me for a phone and money to buy the phone, the tape is corrupt, and this is what the prosecutor, well, the tape is corrupt. It's corrupt. So then what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do then? This is what happened in the little room. What are you gonna do? We just won't use it in trial. Is that okay? Is that okay? This is my evidence. I want my evidence.
I said that prosecutor that's working there, you could slap her and don't even feel sorry. She's a bitch from hell. She lies her ass off in there. You wanna hear all that shit she's telling the judge? A whole pile of lies, man. This bitch got me out here for 2 years and can't work. Got my daughter in jail for nothing. I'm not nice to them. I'm telling you, I'm not nice to anybody anymore. I'm not nice. I'm just not fucking nice because they fucked me over like this. And they fucked up my child and they did a lot of damage in my life and my kid's life. I do not have any respect. I never did like the police from day one, but now I even hate them more. Seriously, I hate them even more now because they fucked up my life and my daughter's life. And that's the reason why everybody hates them. You think anybody likes them?
If I pled guilty, it would not be good for him. But what other choice do I have? And I really don't know what to do at this point. So I spend the rest of my life in prison, or I take the 2 years time served. I don't know. It's a hard pill to swallow.
He ain't gonna marry her. Thank you so much. I'm just signing those real quick.
Okay, and my understanding is you'd like to resolve your case today, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. You're going to be pleading to counts 2, 3, and 13. And the agreement is that it's going to be an adjudication, 802 days time served with credit for the full time. Is that your understanding of the state's offer?
Yes.
The counts that you're going to be pleading to today are count 2, which is conspiracy RICO, that's punishable by up to 30 years prison. Count 3, bribery of a public servant, that's punishable by up to 15 years prison. Count 13, tampering with a witness involving a life or capital felony, that's punishable by life in prison. Do you understand the maximum penalty you're looking at?
Yes.
Ma'am, how are you pleading to these charges? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty. There's 3 options.
Well, yes, but if is it a negotiated guilty?
Yes, Your Honor, that was the state's offer.
Okay, so if you'd like to resolve your case, then it would be a guilty.
Okay, guilty.
All right. I find the defendant is alert and intelligent. Please enter freely and voluntarily with a knowing and intelligent waiver of her rights with the assistance of an attorney with whom she's satisfied. I'm going to accept the guilty plea.
We feel like a lot of burden came off of us today. It's been a long journey. We're not really happy with everything. We didn't get what we wanted, but in life you don't get everything you want. So we just have to settle somewhere. At this point, we settled really at the bottom, but, you know.
And you, Crystal?
I really don't have anything much to say. I really don't.
You look upset.
She's upset. Because in addition to all of this, the prosecutor today, after they make us plead guilty just to get the hell out of here and get it over with, then he walks up to her and he's taunting her. Oh, he's not gonna marry her. He's not gonna marry her. So this pisses her off because, you know, the whole point of this arrest for the past 2.5 years was because she says, I'm gonna marry Dayonte.
Because of this.
That's it in a nutshell. That's the big issue.
They're worried about the wrong things.
We're going over to the pretrial office right now. We're gonna take this monitor off her leg, and then we're gonna go to the beach. And then tonight I'm going fishing with my son. I could think of a few better things to do, but I'm gonna just do that, you know, just because I could for the prosecutor. But okay, I'm just running off my mouth. I could think of nicer things to do, but right now me and my daughter, we're going to the beach.
I got in contact with the founder of Dropcam, and I actually spoke to him last night on the phone. His name's Greg Duffy. The interesting thing is, the motion detection and when the camera gets shut off would have sent still pictures of the last motion to him by email.
Oh, really?
So he said that the last motions would have been by email, which he never says that. Which again is leading everything up to this whole camera thing and the death and him just checking is all fabricated. So why would you fabricate that? Well, to me, clearly would be, you know more than what you're telling us. He happens to check the camera at the exact same time the bad guy is pulling the camera down. The exact same time, which that is an unbelievable coincidence.
All timeline stems from him. So if it stems from him, if we take the video away, then where's the timeline? Everything comes from the premise of him seeing a video, but we don't have that video. So without that video, what do we have?
I got in contact with the founder of Dropcam. His name's Greg Duffy. So I spoke with him last night. Now, the only caveat to this whole thing is that he does not want to participate in anything. He doesn't want to be subpoenaed. He doesn't want his personal information, et cetera, et cetera. So I went on to ask him about, how the camera works and things like that. I'm assuming that Nanyo had an email notification because he makes in his statement that he got emailed regarding a disconnect.
Yes.
So the interesting thing is, when the camera gets shut off, would have sent still pictures of the last motion to him by email.
Oh, really?
So if this person walked up where he claims and undid the camera, there'd be a snapshot of that, which he never says that.
No.
The other thing I think we have to look at is this. Nanyo never says anything about the other camera. They were both drop cams.
What did he say about the other camera, Ayati? Do you remember? I mean, he had...
That nothing happened on it. That
Yeah.
it's missing, and he didn't get anything from the other camera, so, and they don't believe anything really happened there, so nothing.
Right. But again, that goes against what Dropcam's saying, because he would have been notified by email and he would have gotten a still shot if someone came up and disconnected that camera, which again is leading everything up to this whole camera thing and the death and him just checking is all fabricated.
Cold eyes upon me, they stare. People all around me, and they're all in fear. They don't seem to want me, but they won't admit I must be some kind of creature if they're having fears, having hard times in this crazy town, having hard times. There's no love to be found.
They could have gotten a warrant for his emails. They could have seen the email that supposedly notified him of it being disconnected, and they could have checked if that email showed the still shot of the last person to disconnect the camera or whatever the last motion was, and they didn't. It's again, a lot of these like officers just trust us. We'll just trust him, and then you just trust us, and don't worry that somebody's liberty. And actually, in this case, actual life is on the line, because if we lose, he'll be executed by the state of Florida.
If you don't have a subscription service, you're only able to see live video. It's not going to be recorded up to 3 hours.
So
only on snapshots. It's not going to be the video, but only snapshots of what happened 3 hours ago.
So, wait a minute. So, I want to, because I'm kind of confused. So if I don't have, if my trial period ends, right, then I have up to 3 hours to see snapshots.
Yep.
I asked them if I was law enforcement and I called you guys and I asked you guys for this information, what would you tell me? They said exactly. He can see not the video footage, but still shots of everything he saw 3 hours prior. But we definitely have to see and pinpoint at what time did he actually call.
I mean, he could have, and then at which point we could argue that they were just negligent and they could have got it within 3 hours and they didn't get it.
Right.
They interviewed Dropcam that afternoon. Somebody called Dropcam. There's a report of it. One of the officers, I think it was like 1:45. So it's shortly after the murder.
I think the only big mistake that the officers made is that they never pressed Mr. Sue. They never pressed him. And they didn't because he was spoon feeding them slowly his son.
Can I speak to you one more thing? I kind of forgot to tell you.
Sure. He covered his face, okay? My son covered his face. And then next thing you know is that he put that towel or something on top of the camera.
That was why you guys...
That's where we are in. So I know that it's the reason why initially I suspect this person I saw in the mask, maybe him, because he's trying to put a prank on me.
Why would he say that? Have you ever done that?
I've thrown shit like over the camera.
No, have you ever put something around your face, messing around, and
No, I
then your
haven't.
mom saw it and said, "Oh, you're silly" or whatever?
No.
Sure about that?
Yeah. Put something on my face. I cover up my face.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
So what did happen? Because the son says that never happened. Dad says that happened. And that's how he believed that it was his son because that happened. But son says, no, that conversation never happened. Red flag, red flag. But every time it happened, he kept going back to the fact that my son did it, my son could have done it.
He kind of infers without coming across as saying, my son did it. There's a lot of inferences. He's the only one that knew the camera was up there.
Because both of them being unplugged indicate that they know this camera.
Well, let me ask you that. Who knows where these security cameras?
My son.
He also referenced that he gave his son like a yellow envelope with all the bank accounts and all of that stuff on there.
I sealed them up in an envelope and said, this envelope is here, something happened, open it. Just leave it, abandon it. I'm not sure if the envelope will be open or not.
So he gave information like that as well, like almost like providing, not necessarily, I mean, almost in a way like a motive. So my opinion is he was not protective of the son, let's put it that way.
Why he tied her up? Why he tied her up? It's his mom. He didn't have to tie her up.
He made statements to the detectives, like I previously stated, that, you know, if he did this, you know, I can accept it.
I would accept the truth that he did it, but before that, we need to make sure that everything is done fairly.
And he just kind of spit fumed them and gave them enough information to get them out of his room and into the other interrogation room.
I mean, the theory could be, if Nanyo committed the murder, he might know there's not enough evidence to convict his son, but there's enough to have doubt for him that he didn't do it.
I just find that strange that from A to B to C to D to E to F to G, everything is covered, everything is fine. As far as me having a witness with me, coming back to the home at a certain time, calling in at a certain time, getting my son involved at a certain time. You know, listen, it could have all happened that way, but if it did, then it was perfect. It was perfect. And as I said before, nothing's perfect in a murder case, unless it's kind of planned.
Coincidence that he's there 9:30 to 11:30 and no burglar comes in at that time, and just they happen to come after he leaves.
Cooking on, and I saw this figure with white towel type of thing cover his face. My memory is probably not very good because it's just a glimpse of that.
He happens to check the camera at the exact same time the bad guy is pulling the camera down. The exact same time. That is an unbelievable coincidence.
He should have played the lotto the same night. He should have played it all week. He should have played the cash flow every day. Cause how can you, okay, I'm just going to look into my phone. Oh, by the way, I'm at work. Oh, I'm bored. Let me check the cameras. Oh, what is this? I see somebody breaking in. Oh, what's the chances?
Then the subscription ends and conveniently everything is just gone and there's no proof of anything. That whole part is troubling.
When's the last time you saw your mom?
This morning, around probably like 9:45, right before I left, I said, hey, I'm going to work. See you later.
What was her response?
She was sitting in the living room with the other camera. There's another camera, and probably my dad could watch her. She was just reading a book in the living room.
When she come to bed, my impression was it's about 8 o'clock, 8:30 or something like that. And then I kind of dozing off, on and off, and finally I wake up around 9:10 or something like that.
You got up and she was still in bed?
She was still
asleep?
She was totally asleep.
Nanyo makes the statement that at 8:30 Jill comes to bed and she sleeps, and she was in bed until he left at 11:30. At 9:45, Justin leaves the house, makes the statement that his mom's on the couch. So why would the contradiction be so vastly different if Jill was on the couch or in bed? Why would they be basically telling opposite stories? And granted, two people standing next to each other could see the same thing and tell you different stories. But they're gonna tell you that, yeah, there was one person here.
If he was in any way involved, it does show an opportunity to have had alone time with her to have done this. More than enough time to do this in the span of 2 hours.
There's clearly enough time after his son leaves to possibly have committed the crime, to stage the crime to make it look like a burglary, and then leave and go to work to set up an alibi. And when he gets to work, he then uses the drop cam as a reference to claim that someone has broken into the house. And instead of calling the police to investigate, he calls his son to go to the house. Why not call the front guard gate where there's an armed security guard, or call the Davie Police Department, who is less than a mile away, that would have been there a lot quicker than either him or Justin leaving their job and going back to the house. Two reasons why he could be sending his son. One is stupidity, because you're sending your son into a possible burglar who's in your house. Or two, he's trying to establish a timeline, and he's allowing his son to find his mother dead, and we know that Nanyo was nowhere near the house at the time.
There's an interest in saying that he saw a person at a particular time because it would change the time of death. And that's why the police did not investigate before that time, because he's limited the time to after he saw the person on camera.
Did you see any other injuries to her besides her neck?
I wanted to say her face was a little bit bruised or something, but I don't know if that's from, like, you know, the rigor mortis, or I don't even know.
You're not gonna find rigor mortis in a 15-minute window or a 20-minute window, and probably not even a 30-minute window. By the naked eye, the person isn't gonna notice it, but Justin did notice it. And if Justin noticed it, it had to be pretty substantial. The other thing I thought was interesting is, and if you remember this, about 12:28 p.m., Justin shows up at the house, okay? They bring the canine in within about an hour, not even that, I think it was. Now, canines will search for people and they'll do tracks. So if someone went in or out a door and then down the grass around the lawn, you know, through the bushes or whatever it is, the dog's gonna pick up on that, even if there's other people around, okay? So the canine, which I thought was very specific because he didn't pick up any track of anybody leaving the residence. This is showing me that nobody left the house after the murder.
All right, well,
We're gonna have.
it starts
here.
now. You're good. Okay, thanks.
So, what did you see?
When I click in, I saw this figure with his face covered with some kind of white cloth. The camera image is not very good, kind of fuzzy, but I could see this figure. The face is covered some kind of white cloth, except around eye is sort of built like this, straight, and this totally black here.
So you're motioning that you could see the eyes.
I could not see the eye.
Well, I don't mean the eye area.
The eye area is pitch black.
What do you mean pitch black?
Because it's a dark band.
It's what?
It's a band of darkness in contrast to the white thing he's wearing on his face.
And now you said you had an opportunity to look at your statement that you gave to
Yes.
the police.
Mm-hmm.
And now the detective in that statement asked you if the person was black or white, correct?
He said it's a black and white, yes.
And you said white, correct?
I wasn't sure if I'm mistaken. His question is a whitish person or a white human being. But my impression was he's whitish because of the mask in his face, and also the shirt is white.
The person I know, you said a male or whatever. Could you tell if it was a male or female?
I think it's a male.
Okay.
but skinny,
Okay. How old did this male look?
20-ish.
Okay.
Looks like, it doesn't look like very old to me.
Okay.
Oh, I can't see the face, so I can tell, but from the body language of that, he's not dragging, moving body is rather smooth.
Did you tell white male, black male, or?
Looks like a white to me.
Okay.
And I think he understood the question, and I think who he saw in 2014 was a white person.
Right.
If there was any indication that the person was black, he would have said black.
And then
And he asked his son, it was that you. He would not confuse his son for
Right.
black person.
I just think they probably,
They coached him.
yeah, they coached him.
Mm-hmm.
They coached him. And that's the position they took.
Mhm.
But at least we know what their tactic is going to be. I don't think it's going to come across well. Plus, we can impeach him. We'll just play that portion. And the jurors are going to be like, you clearly said a white person.
Yeah.
So that part's good. It's on video. Then, of course, we find out some personal stuff about him. He got remarried,
Mm-hmm.
a couple years?
He said in 2017 he got remarried. So 3 years after the fact.
And then she's 30 years old.
She's 30 years old. He's 68. There's a 38-year difference. She has a son. We found out Justin moved after this. He's not in the house anymore. He's still living in the house where this happened with his new wife, which is also kind of odd. I don't know when he would have started dating her, but at least for a while.
Dating or seeing her.
Yeah. I don't
I
know.
wonder if that's why he went to the office that morning.
Could be. Could be.
I don't know.
So, on the date in question, September 8th, 2014, when you read the text messages, it just equals out to somebody that's just on an average day. I mean, if you look at most of the text messages, they're basically a guy who's talking to a girl and trying to set something up for his birthday. Take, for instance, he's asking this girl, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna come to my birthday party? So 15 minutes before the husband leaves, he's having a text conversation with a young lady. He's not looking to see if neighbors are home, or he's not canvassing the place, or he's not in the car with someone else while they're driving around looking through a neighborhood. He's texting back and forth about a birthday party. So I find that very unusual. And then at 11:29, a minute before the husband is supposed to leave, he texts her, well, you might not want to watch, because a lot of girls know me in there. This is one of the places he probably frequents, right? But she replies back, well, that's fine. I like girls too. Even afterwards, if I go to some of the text messages around 12:34, he's supposed to be gone with the wind in a car somewhere, leaving the scene. He's texting, you flaw, girl. And then at 1:01, it's what you doing? If I was to tie someone up, stab them, and push them in a tub, there's no way in the world that I'd be texting, what you doing, or you flaw. I would be scared out of my mind. So, reading through these text messages, there's nothing in this phone after someone's supposed to commit a crime that harsh, that heinous, that would tell you that they did it. I don't see it.
Usually people in that situation become very agitated very quickly. So we might expect them to look pretty chaotic, to look pretty distressed. Oftentimes they actually will blab it out to somebody that they committed the homicide, and that's oftentimes how they're caught. In this case, Dayonte did none of that. So in fact, he seemed to kind of go back to normal. And there's really kind of two ways of reading that. One is that he didn't commit the homicide, so he's not feeling agitated, he's not experiencing that because he's innocent. The other possibility is that he's a psychopath, and so he doesn't experience those sorts of emotional roller coasters that people normally do if they've committed a homicide. I've seen other murderers who've done the same thing. They've committed homicide and go right off and try to find the girlfriend and have a night with them, and that's something most of us wouldn't think to do. But again, it's hard to know. I mean, we don't know that he did it, so it's hard to, obviously I can't say he's a psychopath and this behavior indicates that he's guilty of this homicide. I can only try to put it in perspective of here's how to understand that behavior if he committed the homicide, and here's how we can understand that behavior if he did not commit the homicide.
We just got in the Excel spreadsheets for all the calls. So we do have what was requested.
Oh, good.
But as I was going through more or less reading out the outgoing text messages between, let's say, 11:15 and 12:30, there were some on these records that he did not have on the list. So I don't understand why that is, but obviously the more text messages we have,
he had
the
more
better.
text messages around the time that I didn't have, and I was like, whoa, that's very interesting.
Right.
Because in this one, there's not around like 11:30 and stuff like that. I don't have any, but you have them.
Yeah, there's 11:29, 11:31, 11:48, 11:52, 11:58, three of those.
Wow.
12:03, 12:09. Now here, this is a little bit of a gap. 12:09, then the next one is 12:22.
See, now I have one at 12:27,
But
and it picks
you
back
have
up
a
at 1 o'clock.
12:27 outgoing?
Yeah.
Really? That's so weird. So you have some that are not on here.
Right. Yes.
This is insane.
Right.
I mean, the good part is we seem to have a lot of text activity from him during that time frame, which is very helpful to us because I don't know how you could be involved in such a gruesome, torturous type of killing like this, and then you're texting this lighthearted text
Are
about.
you gonna come to the party with me, and are you gonna be intimidated if the other strippers are there? And she's like, no, I don't care about the strippers. I used to be a stripper, so it's fine with me. Okay, cool. Why you? Who does that?
Yeah, or even while you're, if there's multiple people and your role is to, grab the cash and the jewelry and while she's maybe screaming on the floor or something. I mean, it's impossible. So I think that's good. I don't understand why his records show, but I don't know how. I mean, these are the actual phone records, so
But why take out the text from the time that around the murder would have happened? That's so weird.
Because they want to blank.
They want to blank.
Yeah.
They want to blank.
Yeah.
See, there was nothing going on.
If they
during that
actually did that, that's very important.
I will have to see where those came from. I don't know.
Do we really know if they've been through all of these records and have analyzed them as extensively as we have? Because they might not have. It seems that they just ended everything after Dayonte got the DNA hit. I mean, we haven't seen any other reports. I haven't seen any other reports that they've analyzed anything. So they may not even know this even exists.
So we're looking at times between,
let's just figure 11:30 when the husband leaves the house and 12:28 when he's pinging off of the tower 7 miles away, 8 miles away.
11:30 and
12:28.
57 calls.
57, okay. So it's almost a text a minute. So how do we explain that there's only 5 SMS messages on the extraction and They're relying on the extraction of the with the very minimal activity, implying that he was up and available for an hour to commit this murder. But if there's 57 text messages on the call detail records, it's almost, and it's showing it's almost one a minute.
I'd have to go with the confidence in the T-Mobile data.
Over the extraction?
Well, both, but I mean, the call detail records are accurate. I mean, my opinion, I've analyzed thousands of them, multiple different companies, and we have a very high confidence in the cellular network and the computerized systems that they use to capture and document calls and texts, in some cases data sessions. So the phone extraction thing is for me, it's a mixed bag, as you see. Mm-hmm. Why didn't it capture on the device that call that the network captured? He deleted a lot of texts too. He deleted a lot of stuff.
So if he deleted those text messages during the time frame, they're not going to come up with the extraction then, right?
That's what I'm thinking. I can't find them separately in a deleted file.
Right.
But that's the kind of how I would approach it if I was going to drill down on this and try to mesh it and flush out more activity during the time frame necessary.
Well, to some degree, we've been limited in what we can do because we don't have the ability to do in-person depositions. We haven't had the ability to meet with our client. And then with, if you schedule a phone, we know that, they're not supposed to record the conversations, and I'm not saying that they're doing it. It's just that they have the ability, let's put it this way, they have the ability to record the conversations without you knowing. But I'm not saying they're doing that, but we just held off until we can have like the old-fashioned visits where you actually go to the jail and you're in a private room with the client and nobody's recording you.
It's hell. Everybody, going through a mental stress or whatever, because you have the pandemic raising havoc, and then you got the whole court system being down, and then nobody knowing when they're going to go to trial, like the dates of the court opening up, nobody really knows or whatever. And treatment-wise, being in jail is not the best, and it's always been like that. So, they're making up their own rules to aim towards me that I have to follow, and then if I don't follow them, I'm penalized. So, they had restricted visitation where I can't get visitation, but, sometimes it'll just let it go through, or I don't know if they took it off where I can get it now, but they restricted my visitation where I couldn't get it.
They try to isolate him and make him feel alone and make him feel there's nobody out here that's warning him. Anytime you try to call him, you try to have a little small conversation with him. Anything you say, they say, oh, you said the wrong word now. My wife's number's blocked. I got a friend number's blocked. My number's blocked. Anytime he calls us, he can't get through now. So the only time we could reach him is through a letter. And I think he tried to write us a couple times and they just didn't send it. Because we get word through a third party, hey, did you get the letter? No, we didn't get any letter from him. It started to weigh on him for a while. It could take a toll on anyone.
They're trying to keep them separate as much as possible. They've taken away certain liberties that they have in the jail to limit contact with other inmates. And a lot of inmates are suffering because they're on lockdown in a jail cell by themselves without contact with other people. So mentally, a lot of our clients are suffering, not just physically, including Dayonte. He really wants this case to go forward and go to trial, but without a future court date, he's just kind of feeling, restless and desperate to go to court and worried and anxious. It's difficult because he's been in the jail for so long, and he was now just reaching the end, and now we have to tell him that it's on hold indefinitely without a future date.
A doctor comes to clear you, to make sure you're no longer suicide. And all it takes is you tell them, oh, no, I never was, because you want to get off, because it's basically taking you from one torture, placing you into another one that's more so greater, where you have to wrestle with these thoughts. With the pills, it was just like a whole episode of just like wanting to give up, just being done with everything, because you just being tired. Man, I don't really like thinking about it because it places myself in a dark spot, but if you just call it quit, everything could be over with. You won't have those problems anymore. You won't have to deal with all that. And I'm really dying to know when am I going to trial, when trial's coming up. But I guess I'll speak with my lawyers when they come and see me, or I'll figure out that way, because I'm jealous. I'm over jail now. I'm tired of jail. Jail is too much.
Hey there. I haven't seen you in a while. You never call.
What?
Hmm?
What happened to your eye? What happened to your eye? It's red.
Judge, and I can let you know that we reached out to the lab to do some additional testing. So I'm anticipating hearing from the lab any day now.
What's the issue with the DNA?
There's some new techniques that have come about since this test was done.
So you're suggesting that the science has advanced and they have new techniques that they've developed and can answer more questions?
Yes, with the new developments in the testing, they're able to go in and test it and make matches and develop full profiles that they couldn't even a year ago, and now they can.
We at least learn that what they're doing with respect to having retesting things and some things that have never been tested, and then retesting other things that have been done. And then when I talked to Sherry out in the hall, she was like, well, we'll see how it pans up. We don't know how it'll, it could go either way in terms of what the results are. I mean, anytime you start testing something, you never know what you're going to get.
All of the DNA was rerun, and it confirmed that the first run was correct. The defendant's DNA was on the knife, on the Kershaw knife outside the home. The defendant's DNA was on the looped belt that was used to tie Mrs. Sue, but also on the door from the point of entry. The DNA wasn't sufficient to be able to compare to anyone with the technology that was available at the time. And now that DNA profile that was previously there, but not enough to compare, was enough to compare. And it was a single source to the defendant.
It doesn't look good, right? Someone's DNA being on the exterior of a door where a person was murdered is not, very positive for the defendant. And it's not ambiguous like some of the mixtures that we have in this case. So the who question has been answered for that sample, essentially. And so then it really just becomes a question of how did that DNA get there and when did that DNA get there? And DNA doesn't ever tell us those things. Is it because he participated in this crime, or is it because it transferred here through some other process? A person's DNA being on an item doesn't mean they touched an item, doesn't mean they handled an item.
And just the DNA itself would never be enough.
But in addition to that, now there is an unidentified area of DNA, a Gatorade bottle that was found inside the home. You know, it just stood out of place. Like it was in this room that was like a spare room. It was very clean and nobody in the house drank that. So we do have a piece of evidence that they collected, they think could be the perpetrator. And turns out, yes, they got a DNA off it, but they can't match it to anybody. They can't match it to the family. It doesn't match to our client. So there was an aspect of the testing that actually helps us. And then there were prints lifted off of the jewelry boxes that were opened, and it was obvious that, you know, somebody was going through them, unless it was all staged. But it looked like that arguably was a person who potentially was robbing the place. And none of those prints came back to our client. And so they're deemed to be unidentified. So that, you know, that of course is significant, but we have not been given this fingerprint information, which is a shame considering how many years later.
I think the first thing I noticed, I heard like a screeching, squeaky screeching sound, and my dog started barking.
Around, like, how long did you hear this squeaky screeching?
Seconds.
So what happened when you went over to the door?
The blinds were closed, so I lifted a blind.
Okay. So you're looking through a blind through your glass door.
Correct.
And where were you looking?
Directly across the street, out front, directly in the front yard, which was across the street of the Sue's house.
Did you notice any cars there?
I don't remember there being, certainly there wasn't any car parked in front of my door or their door. Now the driveways are wide, so maybe, you know, I don't even remember if my car was parked in the driveway, but nothing in front of our doors.
Okay. All right, so what did you see?
I don't know whether it was someone from the inside pulling, I thought maybe it was a dog or something that somebody was trying to pull inside. My thought process when all the screeching and everything, I mean, you just don't think that it's at noon something horrible. And I thought it was a dog. Maybe they had an older dog. I thought maybe the dog had been hit by a car. The dog was deaf. You know, I didn't know. And I thought, well, maybe Jill was trying to get the dog in the house. I didn't know what, I don't know what.
Now, how long were you standing by that door looking across the street?
10 or 15 seconds, maybe. Not long, that I recall. I stayed there until the door closed.
Okay. So you saw the door close?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. 1327. Yeah, that's it.
This whole thing had her very upset.
Oh, I totally agree. I understand.
You didn't help her any today.
I'm sorry. I apologize, but there's not much I can do about that. I apologize.
Well,
But
there is. I'm right in the building where the lawyers are.
Okay. No, what I'm just saying is I apologize for upsetting her, but there's not much I could do. I stopped and knocked on the door. I don't know who her lawyers are or anything.
It's not her lawyers. She doesn't have lawyers. I'm a lawyer, but
Okay.
I'm in the same building as the people who represent this kid.
Okay.
They're on the 6th floor, Mike, whatever his name is.
Orlando.
I'm on the 5th floor.
Right.
I'm right there.
Okay. All right.
So you can call my office and she'll be happy to talk to them.
Okay. Basically, I came back because I wanted to see exactly what we could see and a couple other things that I had questions.
That's what you can see.
Yeah. So
Actually,
nothing's changed, right? I mean,
nothing's changed there. Did you see the dogs?
yeah.
That's what prompted this whole thing.
Right.
The doors were the same.
Right.
She was in the kitchen.
Blinds are
cooking.
the same too?
Blinds are the same. She heard the dogs were going crazy.
Right.
And 2 or 3 times she said, "Get away from there, get away
Right.
from there." And finally she came to get them.
Right.
She looked out and saw the tail end of whatever was going on
Whatever the door was going. Okay.
So whatever she described, that's
Right.
the perspective.
Okay. All right. And you don't have cameras, right? You didn't have cameras back then?
No.
All right. We're scheduled for trial the end of the year, and you know, I got some problems with this case.
Well, there's some problems with the case.
Yeah.
I mean, you also have a guilty client, but there are some problems with the case.
Well, yeah.
Clearly, somebody alive in that house around noon opened the door for some reason which we don't know. And we know that Nanyo was at his office during that time. We know that he left his house sometime around 11:30. And with the evidence now showing that somebody opened the door, clearly it was either Jill that opened the door, maybe prior to being murdered, or it was the suspect who opened the door, maybe trying to either flee or to look out front to see if anybody's coming. So this clearly helps Nanyo in his case as an alibi, even though there's so many discrepancies and things that he said that aren't really accurate. So, you know, looking back on this is pivotal at this point, and Betty's clearly a very important witness in this case.
Check the garage, man. I was there.
I don't need to check the fucking garage.
Why not?
Because you said you're in the library.
So? What's wrong with that?
What if you're not in the library? Then where were you?
In my car?
What were you doing in your car?
Sleeping.
So I'm asking you the same question again. So you don't fuck this up. Be honest with me. Did you stay in your car sleeping, or did you go to the library?
I say that. Okay, I'm sorry. I said that too.
You fucking lied about that too.
Because I don't want to seem like an asshole.
No, because you know I'm gonna fucking find out the truth.
That's him. Let me make sure, though. Give me 1 second. Hey, Mike, do you have a photocopy of Justin's car in the file anywhere? Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted to see. I kind of wanted to compare. All right, thanks. It may, but I'm not sold. Not 100%. It could just be the angle of the car. That's what it could be. But hold on. And boom, and there we are. This is him, big screen. You can see the Ford. You can actually see the white T-shirt inside with the Breaking Bad on it. And he exits at 12:20. He's leaving now.
I'm trying to simulate the actual drive from Broward College to the crime scene. I'm going as fast as I can without breaking any rules, traffic rules. We're gonna see how fast we can get there from the school. Took me 10 minutes.
So I guess what I'm saying is, given that, I guess both of the statements of them are problematic.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is they're going to fall back on the video surveillance to prove that it couldn't have been, for example, couldn't have been the son because of the video surveillance. I'm just saying whatever else needs to be done on that end to investigate, to see, in other words, we don't want to spin our wheels with trying to make it seem like the son was involved.
Right.
If they're going to be able to come back and show proof, conclusive proof, that he was never alone in the house with his mother.
Right.
Zach, fastball, gotta cover, right? Marcus, fastball, gotta go get it, right? He's coming.
I'm a finder of fact. I'm going to review the evidence and the discovery that's given to us, and I'm going to find the things that are good for Dayonte, find the things that are bad for Dayonte, and present them to the defense. The lawyers are the ones who then have to take that information and construct it into a case as what they feel is the best logical defense. Before, with the knife being outside a front locked door, there's all kinds of speculation as to how that got there. But with the stuff being on the entrance to the glass, that's pretty incriminating evidence that puts him at that back door, at least touching it at some point.
And what is your opinion, personally?
Personally? That's tough to say. I mean, looking at it now. My gut feeling going into the trial is that the defense trying to show that it's someone else is going to be difficult to prove. Even though they don't have to prove it, they have to prove it. And they need to prove it in front of the jury. And that's going to be difficult for them to do.
So, what is going to be your strategy for the trial?
Well, I think the thrust of the argument is that the person that the perpetrator was familiar with the house and had been there before, targeting Justin's room and then the master bedroom, taking down the cameras, because we don't think it's really a coincidence that this happened after these parties. It seems more likely that a perpetrator is somebody that could have known Justin, could have been there before, and go, sort of go down that path. When I first got involved, there was a lot of talk Justin did it or Nano did it. But if you start out on that tone and then the jury feel bad for the person, they're going to look at you like, okay, their defense is that he did it, and they're going to be like, there's no way. So that's why, in the end, it wouldn't be a wise angle, and that's not our role to solve the crime, so to speak. So you just try to sort of throw out as much stuff as you can to create reasonable doubt.
Voir dire, this is the process of selecting a jury. I am going to ask you a series of questions that are related to whether you can serve as a juror in this case, okay?
Under Florida law, in order for a juror to even sit on a case in which the death penalty is an option, they have to be able to consider the death penalty.
You don't want people who have extremes, so both disqualify you. If you would never consider the death penalty, you're disqualified. If you will always consider the death penalty appropriate for murder in the first degree, you're disqualified.
Are you able to sit and listen to everything Ms. Schneider and I put on, anything the defense may put on, and consider life in prison? Yes. Okay. And the alternative, are you able to consider and really consider imposing the death penalty? Yes, I can.
You're talking to people that woke up that morning and just said, oh, okay, I think I have jury duty today, and then flash forward to 6 hours later and they're sitting in a room with a judge and a defendant with 4 defense attorneys and 2 prosecutors. Tell me all of your thoughts on arguably the heaviest topic that you could discuss with somebody. I mean, and you're trying to take that little glimmer of information and figure out how it's gonna shape the rest of the case.
That's why I try to delve as deep as I possibly can in the limited framework that we're given to try to identify those people who, doesn't matter what we present, they're gonna kill Dayonte.
We give them numbers. 1 could never impose death, 7 will always impose death. So we don't want any 6s, we don't want any 5s. We want mostly 2s, maybe some 3s. But what really ends up happening is kind of in the middle, end up there.
And then of course the state, they'll come up with all these lame excuses to strike all the black jurors, which of course we fight. Let's face it, they're probably going to be looking for white women that have some money.
Only 3% of counties across the country still regularly impose death sentences. Broward County is one of those counties.
Yeah, we had 6 executions last year. That's a lot of people to kill. Like a 1 person every 2 months. Basically what it boils down to during a pandemic.
I think we're happy with the jury that we have, but we won't know if it's a good jury until the trial's over.
The prosecution sent a great message when she said, you're never truly going to know because unless you saw it, you wouldn't know. And if you saw it, would you be a witness? You wouldn't be a juror.
Cold eyes upon me, they stare. People all around me, and they're all in fear. They don't seem to want me, but they won't admit I must be some kind of creature up there having fears, having hard times in this crazy town, having hard times. There's no love to be found.
Opening statements are now underway after a gruesome murder back in 2014.
Today, a man suspected of killing a woman and then making a daring escape from court is back in front of a judge.
This time for a jury to determine his fate.
On trial is 27-year-old Dayonte Resiles, the man accused of killing Sue 7 years ago. The 59-year-old was found stabbed and bound in the bathtub of her Davie home in September of 2014. Resiles pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder.
Prosecutor Maria Snyder, in her opening argument, told the jury Resiles' DNA was found on a belt used to restrict Mrs. Sue. His lawyer says Resiles didn't kill Mrs. Sue, that it was someone her son invited to a home during a party.
So this morning, the judge told members of the jury that he expects this trial to last the rest of the month, and it could even last through the first week of December. That is the very latest live in Fort Lauderdale this morning. Syra Anwar, Local 10 News.
State would call Justin Sue.
Mr. Sue, approach the witness box, and when you arrive, please remain standing.
It's definitely something with the human brain blocks out that, because I saw it grainy, but I remember looking at her face, lifeless, one eye open, one eye closed.
You know, when you find mommy dead in the bathtub, you're not a grown man. You're the little boy, and she's using that emotional connection. And he appears to be somewhat aware of the impact of his words because he knows the stronger his memory is, the more clear it is to the jury that, no, he's not the one who did this.
No one should be accused of killing their own mother for hours in a completely naked in a spray paint suit with still my mother's blood on my skin. I can still smell it all the time. It was horrible.
You know, having to strip and be searched and like being treated as a suspect, as I guess you should be, because that's like the, you know, typically the crime is always like the first, you know, it's always like the husband or the kid, right? It's always the people sort of in this. So I get that part of it, but it was sad because I was empathizing really with like what the hell was this kid going through in this exact moment?
To me, it was heartbreaking. And it was one of the times that I think I had a couple of tears because I can't even imagine someone coming home and finding their parent in that condition. So I think he went through so much.
I don't doubt his emotions, but they had lived there for all those years and there'd never been a burglary. And then all of a sudden, this one time where he's on his own, you know, he sort of goes wild and has all these parties and bringing people into the house. It's not just a coincidence. You alerted the guests to the fact that there were cameras in the house, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware of some of these people that you had over to your house that were sketchy and drugged up all the time?
No.
Didn't you have a friend that got swooped up in some type of a DEA bus?
If you recall my memory, maybe. I can't remember.
I wasn't the only one. I think a couple of us entertained the idea that it could have been one of Justin's friends, or, you know, that might have had access to the home.
I mean, that's like good theory, right? Like I'm with that, right? Someone that knows that Justin had knives, right? Someone who's maybe been to the house. I'm okay with that theory, but it fell maybe slightly flat in the sense that they didn't pursue it any deeper than just kind of throwing it out there.
Much of today really focused on the testimony of the victim's son.
That son having to tell the jurors about that day. He is the one who found his mother.
Justin said in court today that this was just something that no child should ever have to experience, finding his mother in that bathtub. It was really emotional and very heavy in court.
So when he asked if it was a white male or black male, he didn't have any trouble understanding that question,
no.
Correct? And your own response said that it looked like two.
Yes, but the only trouble there is that I could not tell one way or another. But I was obligated to choose one or two. And I tried to do my best to give the information.
And since you originally thought that it was your son and your son's skin is white, correct?
That's correct.
Even though it was a black and white camera, you can't mistake me for a white person on a black and white camera. Because white is white, it's gonna come out white, you know. My color skin, if anything, is gonna come out gray.
Like you said, they kept on pressuring me to give him, was it black, was it white? And just said, looks white to me. I don't think anybody really made a big deal about that testimony, to be honest with you.
That is testimony. Like, that is evidence. Nan Yao is giving us evidence and saying that at the time, he looked white to me. And that's in his interrogation. So that is evidence. We can't decide not to listen to it because he said it. It was written. It was closest to the moment that he saw it in the video.
There was one thing when he said about the cameras that were disconnected, that he went to work. I kind of thought that maybe at first, what a coincidence that he goes to work, logs onto the computer, and at that time, someone is messing with the cameras or they unplugged it. It was like,
it's weird. Yeah, it's very weird. It's weird. But that was it, right? It's weird. No further examining of that, right?
I definitely believe that they did not pursue the untruths with Justin or the father enough. But this young man and this husband lost a wife and a mother. So I, as the defense, am going to get up there and badger them. How is that going to appear to the jury? What's the perception of that to the jury? I understand why they didn't do it. Does it make it right? Not necessarily, but I understand why they didn't.
We want the video to exist because on the video, he's saying it was a white male. That's like one of the biggest pieces of evidence in his favor. Plus, he's saying he thinks that there's a relationship to his son, and his son is white.
I'm going to take issue with whether Nan Yao said he saw a person who was white. They asked him, was he black, was he white? After he said he didn't see anything of the person because they had their face covered, and he said, looked white to me. And I don't know that that's a conclusive, concrete answer. I think that Nan Yao was surmising, what it was, but it doesn't exonerate the defendant, and it doesn't in any way, shape, or form explain why his DNA is there.
The DNA evidence, that basically is the evidence against the client. So we're challenging the program that they used to come to their conclusions in this second round of testing in 2020.
One of the problems with the StarMix software is it's taking any small change in the analytical process and treating it with massive implication. Therefore, when you hear a statistic, you can't know whether, if that sample was run again in this laboratory or a different laboratory, whether it would be within the same ballpark. So in terms of the statistic, I don't have any confidence in the reliability. In other words, I don't know that if we ran this again, we would get a completely different result. And let me make clear, the result could go higher as well as lower.
It was really more about testing methodology. And it was beyond kind of the scope of the jury in a way. They were talking about 1/1 billionth of a parcel and 1/1 trillionth and taking a DNA sample. All the doubt that was brought up relating back to the lab was technical jargon.
And now how, is DNA transfer something that can easily happen, or is it impossible?
I think the fact we've got so many masks on tells us how easy DNA is transferred. The more research we do, the more difficult interpretation becomes in terms of how DNA got onto something. In my view, it simply has to be, the DNA evidence and transfer simply has to be consolidated with the other evidence in the case. It doesn't, the scientists should not be saying it definitely got there by touch, it definitely got there that day or whenever, without other information. So the science alone can only tell you so much, and then it should be matched up. In Scotland we call it corroboration, where the pieces of evidence must all point towards a consistent story. The science is just part of that.
He said, very clearly, DNA must support other evidence. And for some of us, that was very important because we felt, okay, there is DNA, right? Right now, you're sitting in that chair. If I move that chair to some other person's house, were you in the house? No, that DNA was in the house. So when you look at just the DNA, I said, is that enough?
Yeah, you're right. Maybe one DNA, but again, we're seeing this kind of interesting line, back door, front door in the house. One, fine, and that came up during deliberation. It was like, DNA is not enough, DNA is not enough, and it was like, but how much DNA?
Good morning.
Good morning again.
So, the smudge from the door, single source, correct?
Yes.
You have absolutely no issue with that.
Yeah.
You have no issue with either the wet science, the development of the DNA itself,
Yeah.
or with the statistic.
I prefer the randomized probability, but I think it's going to be in the buildings, yes.
All right, so you like another way of doing it better, but you're not saying that that single source from the door is incorrect and it's not the defendant.
That's correct.
And you are not telling these ladies and gentlemen of the jury that he is not included in the other two samples. You're just having an issue with the numbers.
That's correct.
Thank you, nothing further.
The defendant DNA was there. And just like I said, why my DNA is not there? You know why my DNA is not there? Because I wasn't there. Plain and simple, I wasn't there.
I had previously collected a partially empty Gatorade bottle from the guest bedroom. But the residence was in immaculate condition except for the areas that I previously discussed about disturbance and ransacking. And this guest bedroom was in immaculate condition as well, and this Gatorade bottle just looked out of place.
The crime scene people and the state attorney's office at the time, they made a big deal about it, believing that that had to somehow be related to the perpetrator. So we do have unidentified DNA on that. So they had to concede that.
So there was DNA not matching the defendant, matching male. So male, but not the defendant. And then prints.
And did you examine the prints from the jewelry boxes in the master bedroom?
Yes.
All right, and you didn't identify any of those prints to Mr. Resiles, did you?
No.
They had fingerprints that were on the jewelry box that were unexplained, but the people that you brought in that were at the party, you never fingerprinted them. You only swabbed them. Like if you had unexplained fingerprints in the house and you're trying to define who fingerprints they are, you would want to fingerprint anybody that was possibly in that house so that you can say, hey, I have fingerprints of someone in the house and this is their fingerprints, you know? But I think that because the prosecution was so bent on, this is our guy, we must focus everything on him. If we make any other, doubts, that we'd be creating doubt.
The people who were into the house, none of the reports show that profiles were ever developed on any of the swabs. So, so yeah, she's bringing out that swabs were taken, but it doesn't list them in any of the reports as having been, having had a DNA profile developed and then compared to anything.
Yeah, I'm Mr. Alex Guion.
Yes.
Great. Could you raise your right hand for us?
Approximately how many different people did he ask you to provide letters to, trying to get somebody to get him a cell phone to use in the gym?
A few people, but the only person that I was in contact with was Crystal.
Okay. Crystal Isaacs?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Did you ever receive anything of value for helping the defendant out?
I was always compensated with money.
Okay. Did he provide you that money directly, or did you have someone give it to you?
No, he had Crystal give it to me.
I know they kept calling my name. And it made me very upset. Because I wasn't able to speak. I had to just sit there, and his heart is dirty. But I'm glad I came to face that. I needed to face it. It's a part of my healing. It took a lot out of me to come back here.
What made you come anyway?
Dayonte, support. I kept thinking about him, and I think, I thought it would make him feel better. Whether I come back or not, I think Dayonte knows that I'm with him in spirit.
Would you say you still love him?
Of course. I love him.
Please state your full name for the record.
Jason Hendrick.
Spell your last name for us.
Henbrick.
All right, so we're talking about, the first call we're talking about is call 129. Have you had an opportunity to review the CD that I have of the call?
I have.
Your Honor, we'd like to publish it this time.
You may.
The bribes, trying to create so many alibis and whatever. To me, someone that's innocent doesn't do that. You would waste your energy perhaps proving your innocence, not trying to create all these stories. So,
at no point in time on any of those calls did he ever say he was at that home, that he ever said that anything of the nature of, oh, this is what happened, I need to cover up this that happened. Yeah, those phone calls were questionable. Him trying to get people to lie. Why? I don't know, but that wasn't what was on trial.
How do you give an inmate a phone? That's my whole two thing. They trying to frame him.
This shit ain't
Seriously,
right.
that ain't got that charge that y'all got. That ain't got nothing to do with this murder case. They shouldn't be able to use that, man. I have so many questions.
Talking don't even know what they put in this transcript. Because they look at the paper like, I didn't say this.
He got 100 cases on him. He have 100 cases. He ain't say nothing about killing that lady on none of them phone calls. That's some straight bullshit.
They know it.
Why is this even here right now? Why did the judge even allow her to continue with that? Why were they allowed to give him a phone and set him up and then listen to all his phone calls? Why is that allowed? Why is that okay? I think they're definitely trying to confuse the jury. I have no faith in this system here. None at all. And I feel like it's a complete setup.
Some places, Sam, I'm not gonna get out the car. You're gonna have to film from the back seat. Not necessarily because you in danger, because I ain't gonna let nobody harm you. Anybody with me, I'm gonna protect them. But because a lot of people gonna run because they think you the police.
You know how some white people they see black folks and they grab their purse? Well, see, it's the opposite.
Who you think did it?
That's on camera?
You damn right.
Say what you gotta say.
Say it. He on Moochie's side.
Say the truth. Say it.
Who did it?
I know him. I don't really know his name, but her son.
Okay.
All right then.
Thank you. Shit, if it been no evidence and all that shit, like I said, I know of, bro. Shit, I'm from Poway, from West Side.
Okay, baby.
Right.
Man, come on, man. All that shit, evidence, everything led back to her son, man.
That's for Moochie.
Moochie.
I don't know if you remember the boy that escaped from Broward County Courthouse.
I love dog.
Well, this for him. You ain't see the other side? Here, little mama. Excuse me, baby. Oh, you got one? Thank you.
Look a little dirty. I ain't seen my dirt in so long.
We trying to get behind that boy because they trying to get him to death penalty.
They still ain't shit to him.
They trying. If you look into the story, I believe that you'll come to believe as us that he's innocent and he needs the people's support or they're going to give him the death penalty.
Let's get that in the Bible. Guess what? In America, we are slaves in America. Let's get that from the Bible. Leviticus 26, verse 17. In America, a dead black dog is worth more than a living, breathing black man. Many black men are accused of murder.
Keep the commandments. If the brother had committed that crime, he committed it.
I hear him. See, that's why I want to walk off because you see that. You don't know Moochie. You sitting up there talking about God, but you judging somebody. That's why I don't want to go over there, because I've been cussed his ass out. That's why nobody don't listen to them. You come fucking yelling at people. You're not doing God's work yelling. God don't yell. Y'all false prophets going to hell, bitch.
There we go.
Thank you. And why you getting a pass out some for me, please, so he don't get the death penalty.
And twerk when I pass mine.
There we go.
Thank you. Say justice for Moochie. Hold on, we filming. One time for me. Let me let the window down. Wait, come on, Sam, catch him.
Get that.
We filming. We filming. Now say justice for Moochie. Hey! Thank y'all.
Who is that? There's somebody behind us. There's somebody behind us.
Sir, you're going to walk into our witness box, and when you arrive, please remain standing until you get sworn in. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Faircloth. Good afternoon. This is our witness stand over here. Come on up.
All right, I want to direct your attention to the phone activity. This particular day, between 11:29 and 12:27 p.m., 7 incoming text messages, not a single response.
Correct.
Okay, at 12:27, what did you discover on the phone?
At 12:27 on September 8th, there was an outgoing message to a Chanel Campbell with the abbreviation WYA.
Do you know what the abbreviation WYA means?
Where are you at?
During the crime, this is a person who texts religiously all day long. And in the meantime, it's not because there's just too many coincidences where he did not text at all. But then after when he finally texts, I forgot what the time, I think it was like 12:47 or something like that, the time where he texts someone and says, "Where are you at?"
Outgoing. I don't know what they're talking about. Now I'm really wondering what records you have, because I've never seen any of that.
This is exactly what we received from the state. So we are objecting.
I don't know what they're talking about. Outgoing, I
You can't see it?
Yeah, I can see where it says outgoing, but I can't see from where.
Excuse me.
I don't know how to read these.
Relax.
Well, Judge, I've just been accused of presenting false testimony. I mean, I take that a little personally.
Counsel, listen, there's no reason to get upset. Just relax. Don't be calling attorneys honey and things like that. It just doesn't fly, all right? You've been practicing too long for that. Let's do this. Counsel, you reduce whatever you want to writing.
Okay.
And the state can take a look at it and they can respond to it at their leisure, all right? See everybody back tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
So we have a witness that's going to testify about what's in those T-Mobile records, you know, the calls during that 11:30 to 12:30. Can you describe what outgoing messages you found from 11:30 to 12:30?
You want me to tell you each one?
Yes. Just for that.
Okay. 11:36 outgoing, there are 2 of them. 11:47, 11:52, 11:58, 12:02, 12:09 p.m., 12:22 p.m., 12:26 PM. That's it till 12:30 PM, sir.
All right, thank you. Hey, go ahead, Counsel.
Sir, where on the records that you received, the call detail records, does it say what time zone the records are in?
The records themselves, which is quite unusual when I received these, because this is not a standard production from T-Mobile. So therefore, what your office provided me were records that I had to take and basically try to figure out using how T-Mobile operates, what time zone they were in.
But the bottom line is that that's your opinion. You didn't get that information from T-Mobile, did you?
No, ma'am, sure didn't.
Okay, in fact, if you Google what time zone are T-Mobile records provided in, it says on the T-Mobile support website that it is Pacific time, doesn't it?
No, ma'am.
It doesn't?
I don't know where you got that from. I've been in this business since 2000. I don't care. You can Google anything, okay? But I'm going to tell you that if you really wanted to know what that time zone was and we could stop all this bantering back and forth, your guys should have pulled the T-Mobile key.
Okay, so you can't really testify with absolute accuracy that those records that you're reviewing are even T-Mobile records.
Do you realize what you're saying? You're the ones that gave them to us. You're the ones that asserted that these were true and accurate records from your office, and now you're contradicting your own records?
I'm so happy that you think this is funny, but maybe you could just answer my question.
It's actually ridiculous that you would even go down this path.
Okay, well, you want to answer my question, sir? That extraction that was done by the police, when did you receive that?
Okay, extraction, what kind, you talking about the Celebrate report?
Correct. Isn't that called a phone extraction?
Well, you tell me, you're the expert.
Listen, Mr. Slavinsky, this is getting out of hand. You just respond to the questions, all right? I don't want you arguing with counsel. Counsel, I don't want you arguing with the witness. You ask the questions, you answer them. That's it, Mr. Slavinsky. Understood?
I understand, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Isn't it true, sir, that in the extraction, the phone calls that take place from 11:27 to 12:30, that exact sequence of calls appears in the call detail records that you received 3 hours earlier?
I can't comment on that.
Okay.
They were trying to show that the defendant was answering phone calls during the hour of this homicide. And then in the middle of trial, they realized that there's a discrepancy between the time zone between the T-Mobile records and the extraction, because the extraction is in real time. If you're here, like I'm here in Florida, right? The time here in Florida is on my phone. So when you extract my phone, you're gonna get the time here because that's what my phone has. T-Mobile is on the West Coast. T-Mobile provides records on West Coast Standard Time. So the discrepancy is because the records are 3 hours behind.
The Davie Police Department, when they obtain these records, they're supposed to get like a cover page that defines, whose records these are and would probably give information about how to read them and the time and that. Well, they never got they never obtained that initial page or pages. So everybody believed, because there was no reason to believe otherwise, that they were Eastern Standard Time.
This witness says it looks something like it, but it's not the normal format. Doesn't appear to be the normal format that he would get it. Counsel, the objection is sustained. It's not coming in.
That was hard. It was certainly a wrench in the defense.
She couldn't.
I'm so sorry, guys.
Oh, they're right.
So, I thought a lot about this. How did one guy, right, get her inside the house, bind her, and put her into the tub? Well, the physical evidence, I suggest, answers that for us. Mrs. Sue had a very distinctive injury on the top of her head. That injury is consistent with the tip of the large knife that we have every reason to believe was the weapon used to kill. I think the evidence suggests that the reason Betty Dutko heard that keening sound and then it abruptly stops is because he knocked her out. What is in the tub with Mrs. Sue? I want you to look at this picture here. That's a rug. It'd be hard to pick up, a woman, a 140-something pound woman, and put her over your shoulder and carry her. She's laying on a rug. It's not. When he threw her in the tub, he threw in the rug that she was riding. But if you look at the bathroom, other than some drops of blood around the bathroom, the only really significantly bloody area is right under Mrs. Sue's head when she's laying down on the floor. So what does that tell you? That piece of physical evidence tells you she was in the tub when he stabbed her. She's sitting there in that tub, tied up, watching this guy stand over her with a knife, and he starts stabbing her. I urge you to put away feelings and base your verdict on the evidence and come back with a verdict that speaks the truth and that holds Dayonte Resiles responsible for killing Jill Sue.
What role, if any, did he play in what took place in that home in Davie? Was he there? Was he the only one there? Did he hold the knife? Did he kill this woman? Does he deserve to be punished as the one who committed the crime? Or is there someone else out there who either deserves to be punished with him or deserves to be punished instead of him? Are we putting the right person on trial for the right crime? That's the mystery of the case of the murder of Jill Sue.
The jury has been deliberating since about 2 o'clock this afternoon, and there aren't any signs right now that they'll be wrapping those deliberations up anytime soon. There are certainly a lot of people here in the hallway along with us waiting to hear what their decision will be.
We know that the jury listened to read back on testimony from the victim's husband and from the victim's son. So what this is telling me right now, as we're still waiting for the jury to come back, is that the defense did a terrific job and they raised the questions that the jury wants the answer to.
It's probably some inconsistency that they're trying to compare between the dad and the son.
Well, I'm on the edge. It's not a good feeling because I'm just praying that it's going to be good news. But it was very heavy on my mind. as to what was going to be the verdict today. In fact, I thought it was going to be last night, but it was pushed over to today, so it's like a waiting game.
We're on the 4th day of deliberations. We don't know if it's one holdout who believes the defense or if it's a 50-50 split. There's no way of knowing that until it's over. But at the very least, we know that they are taking the questions raised by the defense very, very seriously. You can say whatever you want about any jury, but this one, you will not be able to say that they rushed.
You ready to proceed?
Yes.
All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Resiles, his counsel, this is the attorney, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my understanding you have reached a verdict. Is that correct? Yes. And Ms. Hernandez, are you the foreperson? All right, could you pass the verdict form to our bailiff, please? Thank you. Travis, any published verdict, please?
In the Circuit Court of the 17th Judicial Circuit in and for Broward County, Florida, case number 1412657 CF10A, State of Florida versus Dayonte Resiles. The verdict: we the jury find as follows as to the defendant, Dayonte Resiles. In this case, the defendant is guilty of the lesser included crime of manslaughter. So say we all the 7th day of December, 2021 at Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida, signed by the foreperson, Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you. Does either the state or the defense wish the jury be polled?
Yes, sir.
Could you poll the jury, please? Ladies and gentlemen, what this means is that the clerk, Mr. Travis, is going to ask you a question, each of you individually, whether or not the verdict that was read is your verdict. You should simply answer yes or no. All right? No, nothing else is required. Just yes or no if this is your individual verdict. Mr. Travis, will you go?
Ms. Hernandez, is this your verdict?
No.
Thank you. You need to go back to the jury room and continue with your deliberations. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
courtroom confusion in a high-profile murder case.
CBS 4's Bobeth Yates has been standing by outside the courthouse in Fort Lauderdale waiting for the jury's decision.
Well, Elliot and Lauren, it was definitely a wild day. As you mentioned, 5 days of jury deliberation, and yet again, the jury could not come to a decision.
For just a few minutes tonight, it seemed like there was a verdict in this case.
But when that verdict was read aloud, the judge quickly learned that those jurors were not unanimous.
And without a unanimous decision, the judge said deliberations should keep going.
Here is where we stand. That jury can come back and find him guilty of that first-degree murder charge, which can end in life in prison or even the death penalty. They can come back and find him guilty on lesser charges. They can acquit him altogether, or they can even come back and tell the judge that they just can't reach an agreement. And in an unexpected twist, the years-long saga is not over.
Now, they will resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. to begin deliberations once more.
This is one of the most unusual nights for justice in Broward County that I have ever seen.
God, I ask that you begin to deal with the prosecutors. God, I ask that you go before Moochie in any situation, God. God, you are the head. God, I ask that you shield him. God, that you give him peace. That you let him know that you're in the midst of the situation, God. God, that there's no one like you, God. That no weapon formed against him shall prosper, God.
You either did it or you didn't. He was charged with murder. And if y'all saying y'all don't think he killed them, then I don't understand what's left. It's either yes or no. It ain't no in between. It's just yes or no. That's just that. That's the bottom line on that.
Jurors are entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I got your jury inquiry form where basically you indicate you are unable to reach a unanimous decision on any one charge and its elements. We, the jurors, signed by Ms. Hernandez. Is that correct, ladies and gentlemen? You're unable to reach a verdict, correct?
Yes.
So what I would be doing then is just declaring a mistrial, and we'll pick it up another time with a different jury.
The devil can't talk. The devil can't do nothing.
Good, I'm happy. I'm happy. I hope the next jury that get picked, they all agree to not guilty. Good.
I think I'm going to have me a drink now that my nerves has calmed down a little bit. We made it through the battle, but we still got a war. For the non-believers out there, I hope you know God is real. Let that part be known.
I think it's premature to be happy, but if I were in their shoes, the most optimistic way to look at this is to say this jury was ready to send him to prison for at least 15 years, maybe 30. This jury was ready to do that. And instead, we get another chance to convince the next jury he's not guilty.
A jury foreman speaking out about what was going through her mind moments before a high-profile murder case ended in a mistrial.
The jury foreman, who chose not to show her face for her safety, describing a group of jurors, some of them biased, others not following rules.
She said most of the jury was ready to convict Resiles of at least second-degree murder, but 3 refused because the defendant is black.
They said, I don't want to send a young black male to jail for the rest of their life.
They compromised on manslaughter, but she said she had a pit in her stomach and she changed her mind.
I took a deep breath. I'm staring at the judge and at the clerk, and they're just waiting for my verdict of either yes, I agree, or no, and I just couldn't, and that's why I said no.
While not the reason for her change of heart, she said, she did notice the defense celebrating when that manslaughter verdict was read.
And that was unsettling to me, because I knew that it was premeditated.
Returning to the jury room, she said she was cursed out, even threatened.
I was threatened to get smacked in my mouth because I said I don't see color. All I see is a person.
I asked if the outcome would be different if the defendant were white Anglo or a white Hispanic.
Oh, we would have been done by Friday. We would have had a verdict on Friday.
How could I agree to manslaughter and say that I'm not going to put a man in jail? That is actually putting a man in jail if you agree to a person committing manslaughter. You don't get to walk free if you get manslaughter and you say, oh, well, you can go home today. No, that isn't what that does.
I know that all the other jurors that I've been in touch with, we all feel that that was not an accurate representation of what happened.
If you were to look back, I thought we were being a very proficient jury. You know, I think we were being sensitive, we were taking our time, we were letting everyone get to speak. That doesn't scream of an incoherent, racist, ranting and raving lunatic room, you know?
Some of the jurors needed more evidence. They needed more, and they weren't just convinced with the DNA.
There was too much DNA and the fingerprints that didn't match the defendant, that we all felt that there was somebody else. The question whether the other person did it or not and what was their motive, I don't know, and that's why manslaughter became the lowest common denominator.
I don't know, man. I just did not want that guy to go home that same day. I didn't want him to get his car while I'm getting my car and go home and leave that courthouse, you know what I mean? So.
When the deputy comes in, we're like, yeah, we're ready. But I had my doubts that it was gonna carry through, and the moment I heard we're gonna poll the jury, I was holding my breath.
Definitely a weird moment, because it was so like, no, I still, no. Holy fuck, now what? That's what I was saying. I was like, holy fuck, now what? What are they gonna do with us? We were done, and then a couple of us were like, let's just give it one more chance at the apple. Let's try one more time. And if we can do something, great. If we can't do something, fuck it. And I thought we got over a hump, and then of course the same bullshit happened.
She was like, all young black men are the same. You know, they all behave this way. And you know, like, I have 3 sons. And so, you know, like my head exploded. And I said some things.
I think he actually offered to slap her or something, and you know, so it really got ugly.
Like, I instantly apologized because then I knew that I was dead wrong. I was dead wrong for allowing it to get to that point.
It's hard to get 12 people to believe in the same, because remember, when you get the evidence, you have choices. You can weigh it high, you can weigh it low, or you can ignore it altogether, even with witnesses, you know what I mean? You can just pick and choose what you want. And it's gonna be hard for 12 people, in any case, to decide on anything.
The 3 of us walked away from it feeling like, well, I should just speak for myself. I walked away from the first trial feeling like a not guilty was possible, but that we needed to make some changes in order to make that happen. Presenting the evidence of Nanyao and Justin's involvement in a more aggressive way was our best shot in doing that.
Well, the second trial of a man accused of a gruesome murder has started. The case has taken many turns, the latest of which was a mistrial.
Well, Jackie, here we go again, and it's almost 3 months to the day that mistrial was declared the first time around.
And a new jury now has been seated for his retrial. Prosecutors argue Resiles' DNA was found in the home. The defense claims someone else did it.
Opening statements have just started in the retrial of Dayonte Resiles, and we can already see a difference in strategy from the defense.
Did the husband or the son have a role in the death of Jill Sue.
Cold, cold eyes upon me, they stare. People all around me, and they're all in fear. They don't seem to want me, but they won't admit I must be some kind of creature if they're having fears, having hard times in this crazy town, having hard times. There's no love to be found.
Betty Dutko?
To the extent that Betty Dutko saw anything, the timing of when she saw it is important. She testifies that it happened sometime after 12. We don't have any police report from a police officer. We don't know who the police officer is that she talked to while on scene. The first mention that we have of it from any law enforcement officer is from Detective Williams, while Detective Williams is in the interview room with Nan Yao.
I'm not sure if you talked to Betty Dutko.
Yes, we spoke to her.
Yeah.
Yes.
Betty, she says she saw something dragging something in.
Yeah.
And at the time, it's about what time he said? But she said what, 12?
It was about 11:15.
11:15? 11:15, 11:30?
Detective Williams tells Nan Yao that Betty Dutko saw what she saw at 11:15. You then see Nan Yao try to maneuver that conversation to push it to later.
At the time, the car is gone, right? She says no car there in the front.
I don't remember. One of the other detectives talked to her.
Yeah, because when she talking to detective, I heard that, and I asked her, "Do you see any car in the when that happened?" She says no car. That means that I have to have left before that.
But that's the first evidence that we have of when that conversation happened. But Detective Williams never goes to talk to her until November 17th, 2014, over 2 months later. He has a very perfunctory conversation with her in which now Betty Dutko is saying that it happened sometime after noon.
And isn't it true that the information you had at that time was that Ms. Dutko had seen that at 11:15 a.m.?
Objection. A, hearsay, and B, assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Generally, the rule is that you can't testify to what other people have told you. We know that, but sometimes, not all the time, we can articulate questions so that the jury at least hears the question and they know that there's something out there that they're not getting to see. But if Betty saw what she saw at 11:15, Nan Yao was home during that time.
There was no particular reason why you were checking the cameras in your home on September 8, 2014, correct?
I can check anytime I want.
And when you turn it on, you just happen to see somebody on this camera, correct?
Correct.
You called your son at 12:18, and you first asked him if he was the one that was on that camera, correct?
That's correct.
Because he had previously, while you were on vacation, covered his face.
That's correct, yeah.
You don't have any workers that come to your house and cover your face, correct?
Correct.
And the person that you testified earlier, you thought was a man, correct?
That's correct.
In your house while your wife is sleeping, correct?
That's correct.
And you are only 10 minutes away, correct?
Correct.
And you sent your son, who at that time was 20, to go to the house and check on that suspicious figure, correct?
That's correct.
It just didn't make sense that he saw this suspicious figure who has a mask on, and he would send the only child, his youngest child, the only child that lives with him, over to check into the suspicious figure.
But you saw the person walk over towards the direction of that second drop cam, the one that had just finished the recording subscription, correct?
That's correct.
You testified when you were talking to the state that your intent was to never pay to have recordings for that camera, correct?
That's correct.
But you told the police that your intent was actually to pay for a subscription service that would record what was going on in your home.
No, I didn't say that.
And you're sure about that?
I'm sure about that.
You may approach.
So actually we have two cameras, and one of them I looking into my living room, and basically I have a video recording all the time. I pay for that. And I also, with this second camera I bought for this house, my intention is that after the initial 14 days expire, I was going to go ahead and purchase it anyway. It does not say purchase recording.
You have enough time to look at it?
Yeah.
He's changed stories on what happened with the recordings, with the camera, and why. If the truth is the truth, it shouldn't change. Why does it change for him after all this time? So that's what we try to bring out to the jury.
After you went back home, your son still stayed living with you?
Yes, correct.
And when did he move?
He moved out 2018.
When he moved out, was there a conflict between him and your second wife? Objection, Rollins.
In May 2015, this 20-something-year-old girl starts working in his department. He starts dating her shortly after that, a year and 2 months after his wife's death. And then he marries her in 2017.
She wasn't even hired by your job until 2015, right?
That's correct.
Didn't know this woman when Mrs. Sue died in 2014.
No, I did not know her.
All right, how long did it take you to get home?
10 to 15 minutes.
What do you find when you get there?
Police over, and my property was cordoned with yellow tape. And I saw Justin sitting around somewhere. I tried to approach him. The police told me I can't get near to him. I was asked to sit down. So I sat on the lawn, and I saw the gun being rolled out.
You saw the way?
Stretcher. He rolled out from the front door, and there's a body there and cover the face with blanket. I start to yell at the medical personnel. I told them, please revive her. Please, she cannot be dead. Do something. Do something. And they just shook their head to me, and I just lost it.
Her body was never removed by paramedics. Never. She was dead. He wasn't left on scene till 7:40. Williams testified that he was transported to the police station before any of this. So when did this happen? This revive her from the gurney. It didn't. Never.
He knows that there is a suggestion that he is involved in the murder. I mean, we said that in our opening statement. And so anything that he can do to show the jury how much he loved Jill and how devastating this was cuts against that, right? Could that be why he told the jury that? Of course. But of course we know that he was 100% lying about seeing her body and all of that. And Ayati can use it in her closing, and we can show that to the jury.
Good afternoon. You are Justin Sue. Come on up here, please. This is our witness stand.
Justin testifies he picks up his parents from the airport, and then he's home with them all night long.
You said that you picked up your parents from the airport, correct?
Correct.
You brought them home, correct?
Correct.
And then you were with them the entire night, correct?
Yes.
But then we also have several texts between Justin and his friend Corey later on that evening about meeting up for the purpose of smoke some kind of marijuana. But it's something called dabs. I don't know what it is. So we felt that directly refuted Justin saying he never left the house the night before. Whether him leaving the house the night before, has anything to do with what happened the next morning, we don't know. There's no way for us to know. But again, it very much shows that Justin lied about another part of this case. But then also, there was a lot of focus about Justin lying about where he went, which is important. But I was more interested in why he left the house to begin with, because I don't accept his reasoning for leaving the house at 9:44.
I'm very interested in what happens between 9:15 and 9:44. You're at home, correct?
Yes.
Your dad is at home, correct?
Yes.
There is a period between 9:15 and 9:44 in which all three of them are home. We have no idea what happens during that time.
And finally I wake up around 9:10 or something like that.
You got up and she was still in bed.
She was still
asleep?
She was totally asleep.
When's the last time you saw your mom?
This morning, around probably like 9:45, right before I left, I said, hey, I'm going to work. She was just reading a book in the living room. Last time I saw her.
Something causes Justin to leave at 9:44 to get away from the house, and he essentially goes and he sits in his car for 2 hours.
I mean, the cause was I wanted to appear that I was working. That was the cause, so I left the house. What? Is that what? That's what you want, right?
A fight between his parents would be a reason for him to want to leave. Jill being killed then would be a reason for him to leave. You know, dad saying, go, leave the house, and then whatever dad does in the next 2 hours. You know, I don't know, but he is a emotional person. And so to me, if he was going through some sort of emotional crisis between 9:44 and 12:18, he's not gonna go see people. He's gonna go and he's gonna sit in his car and he's gonna be with himself in his car.
You left your home at 9:44 a.m., leaving your dad and your mom home alone to go sit in an empty car in Broward, California.
That's the answer.
Steve.
Something happened between that time period that, again, caused Justin to want to leave the house. But then also, it was really important for me to emphasize that what he did upon finding his mom, it never ever made any sense.
This line here goes around the top of the tub. Is that how high water level was when you were there?
I think so.
For Justin to have lifted his mother, who weighed more than him, out of the tub, out of this tub that is filled to the brink, there would have been a mess. I mean, it would have been a mess of bloody water all over the floor. And yet this floor was bone dry. I mean, it wasn't just there was a little bit of water, there was no water at all.
You attempted to do CPR on your mom.
Yeah.
Did you do that before or after you called your dad?
I did that as soon as I took my mom out of the tub.
He calls 911 after he's taken her out of the tub, after he's done CPR, after he's supposedly done mouth-to-mouth. That process, all of that process, necessarily would have shown that she was tied up and that she had all of these stab wounds. But when he calls 911, he says she committed suicide. The jury can see that there is no way that he could not have known that his mom was murdered before he called 911.
During this time, you're walking through multiple parts of the home, correct?
Yes.
And again, you didn't stop to put shoes on at any point, correct?
Correct.
But there are no bloody footprints. There's no footprints at all. There's no blood on, the front door, on the sliding glass door.
You would have touched the sliding door, which means you would have blood on the sliding door handle of your mom's.
Yes.
And you would have blood on the lock on the front door of your mom's.
Yeah, yes.
Do you agree with me?
I believe, yes, I agree with you. That should be there.
Right. And if there isn't, what does that mean?
And so the physical evidence simply doesn't support Justin's story of removing his mom from the tub.
It's not enough that the defense has to attack Nanyao and Justin and make it appear that they're responsible for this crime. They need to discredit the DNA evidence. It is the most important piece of evidence linking Dayonte Resiles to the crime scene.
Good morning.
Good thinking. The Broward Sheriff's Office has a crime lab that tests for DNA, correct?
Correct.
And yet in this case, you directed that those swabs be sent to this place in Tampa, correct?
The lab, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
FDLE lab in Tampa.
What happened with these swabs is very, very, very unusual. I've never seen a case where law enforcement sent swabs out of Broward County so early in an investigation. The few times where we see DNA being sent to a specialized lab is when it's already been analyzed here in Broward County and there needs some sort of specialization in the analysis.
Then it's your testimony that on September 11th, the following day, you got another call from somebody at FDLE and said, actually, we're not going to test these, correct?
Detective Williams says, I called FDLE and FDLE told me that they could do it. Then he says the next day, FDLE calls me and tells me, oops, sorry, actually we can't do it.
And FDLE sends the swab back to you, correct?
Correct.
Now, instead of trying to get people to believe that this is not, that the identification with Dayonte is an error, now we're trying to get people to believe that the identification with Dayonte is not a mistake, it's sabotage.
There are no initials over the evidence tape for the packages themselves. We know that those boxes are, boxes that these swabs come in. Every law enforcement agency everywhere has those same boxes. And so, it's important for the jury to see that. Like, this is the most important evidence that the state has against Dayonte. And from September 10th to September 12th, they are, again, inexplicably and very, very unusually sent out of the county. And we certainly don't know what was happening to those swabs in the meantime. And then miraculously, 5 days later, Dayonte's DNA shows up on 2 of them.
Thank you.
Not guilty. Where I come from in the projects, we had hard times. Coach set me on the bench, ain't get no play time. That nigga moving smarter, collecting all my marbles, shit only getting harder. And I ain't trying to have my daughter cry. She be asking questions, I got used to lie. Know that I'm hurting, I can't hurt it, it's my last time. That might be on the end right now. Thank you. Take a feel her tears like I do mine, I can smell cry. Did so many times, 7 years, now it's hard time. People on my team have switched sides at the halftime. Stop coming to see me, there's excuses, they ain't hard time. But I ain't got the time either. If you got a small piece of glass where you lay, it ain't no playtime.
If you had a message for Dayonte, what would it be?
It would be a lot, but to sum it up, you will win. That's it. You will win.
Ma'am, good morning. You look very nice.
For 7.5 years, Mr. Resiles has been locked up for 23 hours a day. Out for only 1 hour is his only time for human interaction if someone is in a bar. For 1 hour a day, for 7.5 years, he has had to wait until this day, so you get to decide if for 7.5 years the state has done everything that they could to prove to you that he committed this murder beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. They have to do that. They had 7.5 years to bring you all the evidence, to test everything that they needed to test, to bring you witnesses, to bring you concrete, credible proof that he killed Jill Sue. And 7.5 years they wasted because they did not do that. What they've shown you here today is not in any way proof that Dayonte killed Jill Sue. At all.
I start to yell at the medical personnel. I told them, please revive her. Please, she cannot be dead. Do something. Do something. And they just shook their heads. The rest of the memory is just very vague. I totally lost any sense of time.
He just said he saw her body under the cover. And he's begging, revive her, please revive her, my wife. And they look at him and they nod their head no, and they take the body, and then he gets taken to the police department. And that's pretty powerful, right? That you have an image of a distraught husband seeing that. Is it true? It's not true. Because what do we know? That body was picked up at 7:40 p.m. He's already in the police department. His interview had already started. So why is he saying that? It's a complete lie. That never happened.
Very dramatically, we get that clip of Dr. Sue at the end saying that when he saw the EMS people coming out with a gurney and a body bag, he assumed that was his wife's body on there, and he yelled at them, revive them, do something, and they shook their head no. How did he know what was on that body bag? How did he know that the body stays there when there's nothing they can do for the body until the medical examiner arrives? That was the impression that he got. And then, how do they explain away the DNA? The only attack that she can do on the DNA is by saying that it went to FDLE. Okay, let's analyze that. The implication to counsel's argument would be that the FDLE guys decide, DPD suspects the son. So let's really throw a monkey wrench in their investigation. Let's plant somebody's DNA in this stuff. But we're not gonna put his DNA on all the items. We're gonna put his DNA on 2 of the items. And on 1 of the items, we're just gonna put a little bit of DNA. Just enough so that now they can't detect it. But in 2017 and 2018, 2019, when they get more sophisticated testing equipment, then they'll be able to find it. That's the argument, people. If you take it to its logical conclusion, that's the argument. You've got to remember the common sense. The science puts him there. The science puts his hands on a weapon. The science puts his hands on an item that tied Mrs. Sue up. But there's also a possibility, you can infer from the evidence, he wasn't alone. Maybe when Dr. Sue said, it looked white to me, maybe there was a white guy with her. Maybe. We don't know. But you know what we do know? There being another guy with him does not excuse him, does not exonerate him, does not relieve him of responsibility in any way, shape, or form.
Well, we finally learned, she conceded on, well, maybe there was somebody else. Maybe there was a white person.
But she has to.
No, I know, but
how else?
She hasn't.
But at least I had brought it up that I was like,
but she realized obviously in the first trial that didn't go so well for her.
For deliberations, we have to all be here.
Yeah, because if we get a question,
right? That's what I was thinking. But he said something when we were leaving.
Can I wear my free Moochie T-shirt?
Yes.
I think they're gonna have a verdict Thursday.
Of not guilty.
Of not guilty.
Yes. And if it's not guilty, I'm going to be bawling, crying.
So
this cannot be guilty of first-degree murder. It cannot. It cannot.
Ladies and gentlemen, I received a jury inquiry form. It says request to view evidence, then it goes testimonies, Elijah Shaw, Petro Gelli, Officer Badakis, Paul Williams, Rebecca McDougal, Paulo Ledesma, Justin Sue, Dr. Sue.
There is absolutely no chance that we have the wrong guy. And when you know everything else that you need to know about this young man, you would have no doubt. Unfortunately, the jury doesn't know everything about him. But if they did, they would not be out there struggling like they are now.
What exactly are you referring to?
I'm referring about the fact that he commits burglaries continuously that match the exact same manner of this burglary. Those are not coincidences. Those are things that he has done and that are very, very consistent with what he did here. We do not have the wrong guy. The jury doesn't know this, so they may get it wrong, but we didn't get it wrong. I'm sorry, did I just get a little too passionate there?
No,
it's just that the idea that someone who could someone who could just kill somebody who's sleeping in their house for no reason other than they don't want to get caught is so offensive, so wrong. It could have been anybody.
He learns every day.
That resolves the issue?
So we'll see, but I am not hopeful right now. I think that Mr. Brooks decided that this young man could be him, and that he is, it's the same situation. If you can see the next song where it's
It was he wrote us note, and we got those notes about trial.
Thank you. What are you asking me to do, Miss?
Nobody called us, so. And you heard what they said, they didn't come up with a verdict. Come on, y'all.
I spoke to Dr. Sue, and he's 45 minutes late, so he's not asking very quick.
All right, just bring the jury. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Resiles, his counsel, and the assistant state attorneys, as well as the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my understanding you have reached the verdict. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brooks, you have paperwork there. You're the foreperson. Thank you. Can you publish the verdict, please?
In the Circuit Court of the 17th Judicial Circuit in Fort Broward County, Florida, case number 12657, received evidence paper, State of Florida versus Dayonte Resiles. Verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as the defendants. Dayonte Resiles, in this case, the defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree as charged in the indictment. So say we all is 18th day of March, 2022 at Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida, and it's signed by the foreperson.
And who is the foreperson?
Mr. Brooks.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'm going to excuse you today. We don't have a penalty phase set up yet. My thought is to set this for a status sometime next week, find out when we'll be able to do the second phase of the trial. What I'd like to do is if we could discuss that sometime next week, give everybody a chance to think about it and discuss that next week.
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
And we'll have a penalty phase. We're gonna be back April 1st to set that. But before then, we're gonna have a meeting with the state attorney to see if we can avoid that.
Y'all, and I've been really sitting down, investing, and keep on going over this here. And Jesus got a major part in this here. I swear for God, and I just want the truth to come out.
But listen, again, this is not the end of the fight. It don't stop He's gonna have, we have to deal with second phase, obviously.
So you mean to tell me, y'all, they saying first degree, that's the death penalty. They gonna kill my child for something that daddy did?
Here's what I will say.
Lord
Here's
Jesus.
what I will say. Is that a potential sentence? Yes. But we're gonna try like hell to talk to them beforehand. We're gonna still be fighting.
Okay.
It's not over.
Okay.
All right?
Okay. Y'all will talk to Dayonte before I do. Tell him I love him, keep his head up, and God knows we're still praying because we know God gonna open up them doors.
I was in contact with Dr. Sue. I was in contact right before the verdict, and immediately I texted him and let him know. And he is relieved. You know, everyone wants there to be closure. Everyone wants to be able to move on. No one will ever forget Mrs. Sue, but they want to be able to move on. And this hopefully will give them that sense of closure that they so desperately needed.
I still don't really fully know. I don't. I ended up being fine with the guilty part, yeah. But the thing was, there's a thing called principle. Whereas if you were there and assisted the person who did it anyway, you're treated as the person who did it. And we had nobody to interpret that for us. We had to do it ourselves. And we all was like, well, we don't believe that he did it, but the DNA says he's there to the septillionth. So by what they gave us to determine this, that would technically make him guilty. We got to the point where like, okay, this is what it is. And then like when we read the principle, it was like, well, why are we even here? It just makes a lot of stuff moot. And it's like a math equation that you can't check. You know, it's like you solve this problem, but you can't check to see if you made the right equation. You can't check your work. Damn, did I do right? Because here's the thing is, if I failed, that means that person's killer is still out there. You know, and there was technically no justice served for this woman.
New for you at noon, prosecutors will no longer be seeking the death penalty for a man convicted of murdering a woman in her Davie home in 2014.
Yeah, the announcement was made at a hearing this morning for Dayonte Resiles, who was found guilty last month of killing that mother in Davie.
Immediately after the conviction, both Ms. Schneider and Ms. McGuire came up to us at the defense table and they themselves suggested that we reach out to Harold Pryor, the state attorney, to talk about waiving the death penalty. I think that they, having been through that second trial, they knew that a death sentence was very, very unlikely.
I mean, the state ended up conceding that there could have been or very well was another person, and we, you know, we'll get, you know, if we ever catch that person, we'll deal with that person at that time, and that was a big concession.
I believe is what allowed them ultimately to get their conviction. But on the flip side of that, we believe very firmly that there was no way that all 12 jurors were convinced beyond all reasonable doubt that Dayonte actually murdered Jill. And because of that, we didn't think that they were gonna vote for the death penalty.
You know, I think it became obvious that this was not a death penalty case.
I don't think this person is a normal person. He's a psychopath. A psychopath like that, I don't mind seeing them on the table with a lethal injection. In fact, I already told my family that if that happened, I would probably go see it as a witness. But, oh well, I have to respect Jill's wish. I know her very well. She is a very, very merciful person. She is not a vengeance person. Besides, she would not want to make a decision resulting in somebody's death. That's not her. We all three of us all agree with that one. So with that, that's our primary reason to say, okay, let's go with life in prison. We don't care. We need to honor what she would think, she would feel. That's more important than anything else. That allow us to put this chapter, close this book, and then move on with our life.
I just can't be, stagnant about the situation. I gotta keep moving forward and trying to do what's right. So I'm trying to raise a little money. Somebody may put $50 out of their paycheck, $100 here. We getting money, saving it, and just gonna invest and try to get them free. We looking for different lawyers. Nobody around here could rest till Moochie's able to rest free outside of that system right there in its own bed. The job is not done yet. We gotta keep going. The job is not done. Huh? Come on, leave it alone. I know it's broke. The whole system broke, fatty. But we gonna fix it.
Every kid wants the same things. They want to be loved. They want to have whatever food they want. They want to have nice clothes. They want to have nice things. I mean, we all have the same wants and desires. And I think that there are some children who sadly grow up in circumstances where they really don't see a way for them to attain those things in a pro-social way, in an acceptable way. So they turn to crime for them. I don't think it's just a matter of someone being born evil, I think that there are a lot of societal things that contribute to the behavior. But the vast majority of kids who do live under those circumstances don't kill people. So just because there are factors that contribute to it, do not excuse the behavior.
We spend so many hours together, so much time getting to know him as a person, helping him when there's difficulty in the jail and helping us address his concerns. That's what you do with your friends. You listen to the grievances, you try to help them out, you look out for them. I do think that we would consider him like a friend.
He was trying to make us feel better when the conviction came down, having us, realize that how grateful he was for us fighting for him.
A couple weeks ago, we all met with him in the jail while we were still going through the death penalty waiver process. And at the end, he said, before we're done, I just want to say thank you, and spoke for a good, 10 minutes talking to us. He was crying, we were crying. And I think that doesn't usually happen. Mike wasn't crying.
Yes, no harm.
Oh, God.
Is Dayonte Resiles simply a charmer? Is he just somebody who can gather people to his cause because of his charisma? Or is he a killer who manipulates those who he befriends in order to cover up the crime that he committed? That's the central question in this case.
We are here on the set of Moochie's video, RIP. It's not for just entertainment. It's to bring about awareness to his situation, along with a lot of people who's in his situation, a way to give them a voice as well. In the back of my mind, I know that this is not the end. And I really hope he knows that, So this is just an example of how we're still gonna put in that effort to keep his name alive.
We see cases a few times a year, and they probably happen more than that, where somebody
went to jail for 18 years for a murder they didn't commit, 30 years for a murder they didn't commit. How many guys are in there for stuff they didn't do? Once you put these almost legal malpractice on top of a general mistrust, it creates this big wall to where you have a tough time trusting anything. In the case of Dayonte, DNA evidence is tough to fight, but if you have a tremendous skepticism about the whole system, as I'm sure his family does, then you think they're just trying to stick it to another young black man. They say there's a lot of cynicism, there's a lot of mistrust, and it doesn't help anybody, you know? But exactly how do you expect us to feel when this happens time after time?
I ain't slept since Friday. You hear me? I've been fucking crying, drinking. I'm just gonna tell you the blood ass raw truth. This shit is hurtful.
We have to put our families through this situation because of somebody prior past and judge them and just sit there and throw a book at somebody and say that they committed this crime and he did not do it. I would not be here. You understand me?
The state asked if we were interested in resolving the other cases. Obviously, we were because, you know, we're hopeful that Dayonte gets an appeal, so not spend the rest of his life in prison. But these other cases, if we try them and we don't win, he can get life sentences on some of the pending cases, or the ones that don't have a maximum of life, they can be stacked, or he can be incarcerated to what would be the equivalent of the rest of his life.
The deal that we made gives him hope, right? And so he's gonna do 15 years on all of those other cases. He'll do 85% of whatever's left, so he'll be done with those cases in 8.5 years or so. And then, which means that, you know, if the appeal is successful, then he has hope of getting out.
We're all set? Let's get back on the record, please. This is in the state of Florida versus Dayonte Resiles. So, counsel, we're here on the sentencing on the first-degree murder, and you want to have some statements by the witnesses?
Yes, sir.
May call. Good afternoon, sir.
Jill is the kind of person who could have helped you. Instead, you kill her. No, you did not just kill her. No, you didn't.
You kill her in cold blood, like a psychopath. I understand you've been breaking people's house since you were like, what, 14 years? Every time you get arrested, instead of saying, I better quit, you would think about some clever scheme to see if you can improve your chance of not being caught the next time. So you have a plan before you come to my house. You say, if I some homeowners here, this is what I would do. What did you do? You stopped her more than 25 times. Why? Because you try to make it look like the murder was happening in rage. Meaning that somebody have known her and was very mad at her, kill her. Naturally, that's got to be family member. You put hot water in the bathtub. Because you know, forensic estimate the death time is based on body temperature. If you keep the body warm, you cannot estimate that well. Until somebody lift the body out, the cooling starts from that point. Meaning that it can implicate the person who lift the body out. In this case, it's what my son, Justin. He almost succeeded. If it's not for DNA evidence, he almost succeeded. Throughout the history, we depict the evil as the one with the red face, bloodshot eyes, fang with blood dripping on from the mouth. No, we're all wrong. We are all wrong. The real evil looks like that. That is a face of evil sitting there. An evil like you should not allow to be wrong amongst us. After this, today, young Resiles, I'm gonna erase you from my memory. In my mind, you are persona non grata. You do not exist. And we are going to make sure we live happily for the rest of our life while you rot in jail.
You can't describe what that does to a human being. What that does to see the most beloved person in your whole entire life be treated like that. It is mind-breaking, and it really frustrates me because I want to be the stronger person and move on with my life. But I know for a fact that till the day I die, it's gonna affect me from what I witnessed and went through. And that's just one aspect of it, and here's the other aspect that's in this room right now. Your whole entourage of people that you have, it really affects me when you're taking the air and wind out of the sail of other people, okay? Those people back there, they could be using their energy to go help people in Buffalo, New York, you know? They could be using their energy elsewhere, but no, they're using their energy to support a murderer. George Floyd, BLM, all those, taking all those people away from it. And on that road, Dayonte, to whether picking metal or pine, that's gonna be your last decision you're gonna make. Have fun watching everyone you know that you think love you and that love you slowly go on with their lives and just forget about who you were. You slowly become nothing, and you're gonna be very lonely in a very tiny spot for the rest of your life. And that doesn't make me sleep better at night, but just know that that's a fact. Just like a fact that you murdered my mother, that's a fact that that's what the rest of your life is gonna look like. Thank you.
In the waiting room.
Just want to understand, bro.
Mr. Resiles,
yes, that's fine. Mr. Resiles, you have a seat. You have a seat. I'm going to swear you in, but you can be seated. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. You put your hand down. Tell me your true and lawful name.
My true and lawful name is Dayonte Resiles.
Just spell your last name for the court reporter, please.
Resiles.
Thank you.
I don't mean to come off combative. Oppositely placed, I would feel the same way. If somebody was to take my mom from me, I would feel those same feelings. If somebody took my wife from me, I would feel those same feelings. But it's just hard for me to cradle in my soul in a sense when what I'm being accused of is beyond me. And then you say, Justin, people will leave me one by one. Nobody's obligated to stay with me along my journey. Once what I've said is concluded, everybody in this room will walk out, go through that door, and go on with their life. You guys are absolutely correct. I will leave, go through that side door, and be transported to prison. But any day, at any hour, any decade, if it will provide you guys with the solace, they can hook me up to a polygraph test at any given time. Ask me any question they wish, and my answer will remain the same. I did not kill Mr. Sue. And that's all I have to say. And to my family, I love y'all. I don't want y'all, don't cry for me. No matter what I gotta go through, I'll get through it. It doesn't bother me. It's not gonna bother me. It's just a small bump in the road. I'll continue along in my fight. But just tell my daughter for me. Just let her know I love her, and y'all don't gotta cry for me. I'll be fine. And to my attorneys, I want to tell you guys, I really appreciate it. I'm grateful. I'm thankful. Having gone through this process, you guys became sort of family figures to me. And I've had this conversation with you guys multiple times. But I thank you guys for everything. And though my tears fall, I'll be all right. Thank you.
Yes. Is there anything else before I pronounce sentence regarding this case? Mr. Resiles, the jury having found you guilty of murder in the first degree as charged in the indictment under case number 14-12657 CF10A. The court now finds you guilty, adjudicates you guilty, and sentences you to life in prison.
I brought him down. No, I'll take it.